look in every judgment, before you draw your conclusion. So for me, it is okay.
But beyond the judgments of the Supreme Court on these governorship cases, there is a major dysfunctionality in our electoral system that is yearning for attention and reform. Because if the electoral process were to be tidy enough, we will not be in a position where it's now taking the Supreme Court to be the final place of settlement of electoral contestations between our politicians. And we know, and people listening or watching should know that litigation in cases of disputations is also part of our electoral process. I am not one of those journalists or broadcasters who tend to want to give the impression that it's better to litigate than to cause anarchy and chaos in society. So, one cannot, but we would rather like to see our electoral contestations end on the day the ballot were cast and the politicians shake themselves and governance commences. How would you respond to that?
I will have to agree with you, Insoto, on this issue. You see, the problem we are having is this. Let us be realistic to ourselves. And the fact is this. The electoral system is not tidied up as far as I'm concerned. And again, the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, yes, we say they are independent, but actually, in the actual part, are they actually independent? Because the truth is this, if the people trust the system, and if the system is apolitical, if the system is free and fair, many people will not want to go to election tribunal or go to court. Because when you are in a system that is free and fair, that is manned with integrity, you don't need to go to court for anything. But the problem we have here is because the people do not even trust the system. The people do not even trust the politicians. And the INEC, as I speak to you, is not even independent. So that is the problem we have. It's not like what we are saying. As far as I'm concerned, I keep on recommending that if you want to get it right, there are so many things we need to do. Our electoral laws, there are still so many lacunas in our electoral laws. Secondly, if you remember, we talked about the Justice Ware's Electoral Reform Committee. If that can be put in place, all these things can be checkmated. But unfortunately, I think the key problem we have here is the politicians. That is our problem. And unfortunately, like I keep on saying, the issue of winner takes all. He who pays the piper defends the tune. For me, I have always been a crusader of the fact that the president should not appoint the INEC chairman. Personally, yes. Because if that is settled with, we'll begin to see little changes. I know we may not go to it in a day, but if you look at it from 1999 till date, I don't think we are dramatically progressing. We are not progressing. Rather, what we are facing is what I call the law of diminishing returns. And it's so unfortunate. And that is why the court has to step in here. Ordinarily, in the state or in the country. It's so unfortunate.
It's quite ironic that the immediate past president and indeed the incumbent president, when they were in opposition, as opposition leaders, were vociferously in support of the recommendations of the Ways Committee being transmutated into reforms in our electoral law. And yet President Muhammadu Buhari had 8 years and barely did, pretty little to bring about the enactment of so many of the reforms that he literally went on the street with the incumbent president to assert that they be put, they be made laws. So why is our politicians this seemingly hypocritical, opportunistic? They speak with one voice when they are in opposition, when they are where they ought to effect the changes that they had earlier agitated for. They suddenly become either pretensive or practically deceitful. Or am I being a bit too emotional?
You are not, my brother, but that is the truth. You see, I keep on telling Nigerians that the major problem we have is what I call lack of sincerity of purpose. And that has been our problem, lack of sincerity of purpose. Because if you look at it, like you said, Buhari has been there for 8 years. Now, President Tinubu has entered. My brother, does it take anything for them to do the needful? But the problem here is this. Most of them know that these reforms may work against them. Because when there is sincerity of purpose, it doesn't matter who is there. It doesn't matter who is in the name of affairs. But if we must break it twice, we must be patriotic enough to always say the truth and to always do the needful. Because whether you like it or not, we are setting a precedent. And what precedent are we setting? A good one or a bad one? And everyone is complaining. Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. And you see, I have to say this also. We are having today. We are doing for change. Yes, our generation is doing for change. I said this earlier in one forum. Most of the major problem, 99.9% of problem we're having today are for people from age of 80 years. In fact, from age of 50 to 80, 90. It's not our generation. And I don't know why. And these are the people that have benefited enough from this country. The people that earn the milk and the honey of this country. But today they don't want us to enjoy what they enjoy. Is that no wickedness? What does it take to give good governance? What does it take to have the
Mr. Justice, let's come back to the primary issue we're looking at this evening. And that is, for me, do you think that these cases, especially these electoral litigations, governorships, and the presidential litigations as far as the Supreme Court, do you think in a way they may be bringing the Supreme Court into a bit of optical dispute of a sort? And when I say optical dispute, I mean in imperial terms. People, when cases of this nature now get to the Supreme Court, sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's me, you just wonder, it's not going to be about the law. It's just going to be about some I want to be very careful and circumspect the kind of words I use on TV. But how would you want to respond to that? Is it only me that feels uncomfortable sometimes? For even the justices, the law lords of the Supreme Court, that they're sometimes brought into a meddlesome, negative milieu with these seeming cases. My opinion.
Well, like I said before, most times the Supreme Court is the apex court. And of course, that any decision of the Supreme Court, you cannot appeal against it. You can only appeal to God. But remember that any decision of the Supreme Court becomes law. There are no two ways about it. And that is why the Supreme Court, at any point in time, not only in Nigeria, all over the world, must be very, very careful in giving judgment in any decision they are taking. You see, you combine law, you look at facts, and you look at the issues on ground, and you match it with public stability and public safety. And so you now look at it very well and bring it up together, and also look at the feelings and the feelers of the people. Like what I said, I think the Supreme Court, for me, I am happy with the decision so far. Like I think I'll say, and as one of the, if I'm not even one, the major problem the country is having this year. But I think that the Supreme Court has, in his wisdom, done justice to these matters. But I think we should look beyond that. Why I say this is this.
Justice, Master Justice, before we look beyond that, don't you think there's a dint of hypocrisy sometimes when people like you, who, when the Supreme Court gave its judgment on the presidential elections, many like you lambasted the justices of the Supreme Court, ridiculed the court. I'm just trying to reason, we have to look at these things from all angles. Many lambasted the Supreme Court, ridiculed the justices, but now, today, because no apple cart was toppled, and all the 8 governors had their electoral victories validated by the Supreme Court, oh, you seem to be happy. I'm sitting here, I'm thinking.
well, the truth is this. If you have followed me and followed my interviews and my opinion, I never, for one day, demeaned the integrity of the Supreme Court in the presidential election. I keep on telling people that the law court is more like a computer. It's garbage in, garbage out. Is what you put in there, the facts you put in there, that will determine whether you win your case or not. You do not expect that if you do not have credible facts and also to prove your facts, that the court will give you judgment. The court is not a fanatics man. I am one of the people that believe that the Supreme Court in the judgment of the presidential election did justice to that matter. Because there were so many issues, there were supposed to be pre-election matters that we are brought to the Supreme Court, which I faulted ad initio, even before the matter went to court.
Master Justice, yes. If this was what you expressed then, did some people cast aspersion on your opinion, and some people call you names? Because I want to believe, I didn't quite do any scientific polling, but I want to believe that people in your position who were courageous enough and who had the courage of character to state that they believed that the Supreme Court did the right thing. Many of you, especially lawyers, were lambasted, were lampooned, were called names. What was the kind of response from you got when you expressed this kind of opinion then?
Yes, the truth is that most of my thinking is a matter of putting the facts on the ground. I, of course, you know me before now. I am not interested in what people say or what people feel about me. I'm only interested in doing the right thing and saying the right thing. That if you have a good case and you don't know how to present your case, and I made it clear to some of our colleagues. So it doesn't matter what they say about me or what they think about me, but what matters I learn is about the law. It's about the facts. And that's what I keep on telling them, whether they believe it or not. So that next time, when you're going to court, you prepare. Because I keep on telling people that it is more like whatever you're going to court to do is what you have prepared and what you have told yourself the truth. It's not a matter of sentiment. You don't win cases on the pages of newspaper, on social media, or whatever. You must prepare for it and do the needful.
We cannot, but also there are still a couple of states to have their governorship cases determined. I think in the minority now, but thus far, beyond today and the previous rulings on this kind of disputations, your general review beyond today, at least you were somewhat, from your opinion, generally satisfied with the kind of rulings given today. But the previous governorship contestations at the level of the Supreme Court, your take? Okay. I guess we're having some technical glitches. Indeed, the segment was supposed to have been a two-guest segment. We had the consent of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Jibrin Okutepa, to have partaken in that segment, but unfortunately, due to Barrister Justice.
Yes, are you with me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We had a glitch, and it's like the gremlins are out today. But your concluding opinion on the issue of this governorship litigations and the
judiciary has done its job, the Supreme Court, but like I said, we should go beyond that. I also want to use the opportunity to state that politicians should begin to do the needful. There should be this sportsmanship spirit in elections. It's not a do or die affair. Because when you begin to leave this thing in the hands of the judiciary, definitely people will get disturbed. People will not be happy. People will think because you're a governor, your government in power, the judiciary is going to talk on your behalf or going to give government on your behalf and all that. So for me, so far, so good. We will not get it right in total or entirely, but I still believe that we can still get it right. Nigeria is improving. And I'm so happy with the recent Supreme Court judgment. At least I believe that it has also given hope to a lot of people who felt they have lost hope in the judiciary.
Thank you very much.
I keep on telling.
Thank you very much, Barrister Justice Iwegbu. Quite a good place to leave it. We'll wrap up this first segment now, and we'll go on a short break. And when we're back, the sophomore segment of the show will unfold. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, LP, Peter Obi, said what Nigerians need is a 60% cut in the cost of governance and not a reduction of travel entourages. Obi made this assertion in a statement via his verified X handle on Wednesday. His comment comes after President Bola Tinubu slashed the number of people on entourages for international and local travels by 60%. By international travel, not local. This thing was actually very international. But Obi said the measure is just scratching the surface and that the 2024 budget needs to be revised to cut all wasteful and unnecessary items. Chairman, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, CACOL, Mr. Debo Adeniran is our guest. Welcome to Plus Politics.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Good to see you.
Good to see you, good. Good to see you, good, my brother. How would you respond to the remark of Mr. Peter Obi?
Well, Mr. Peter Obi is just playing the kind of opposition game that he knows how to play. It is not that what the president has done is not good enough. It is a way to start a new regime of austerity measures in Nigeria. Yes, we take whatever we have and keep it in our kitty and ask for more. So that is why they say half loaf is better than nothing at all. We have had decrepit livelihood of majority of Nigerians, and they still live flamboyant life, ostentatious life, even when people are roasting in the porcelain of adverse poverty. So I believe that Obi needed to identify what he needs to criticize, not when somebody take a step in the right direction. It means that that person is at least making a move towards where we should head, rather than going the wrong direction or stay stagnant in the in a wrong destination. So we should just give it to Obi that is his own opinion, that is how he view it. But some of us believe that he ought to be more generous with crediting whatever is credit worthy before.
I am a bit, okay, let me put it this way.
An objective critic and our objective opposition leader.
Let me put it this way. It is the responsibility of Mr. Obi as one of the major opposition leaders in the country to let the government know that in every sphere of governance they could improve. And if that is the standard of the adversarial system of government or adversarial partisan politics that we play, why would you not agree with Mr. Obi that he ought to have said what he said, that the government ought to be seen to be doing more, especially in view of the level of deprivation that majority of Nigerians are seemingly suffering or are somewhat suffering?
Thank you. The truth is that it is not that there's no endeavor that doesn't leave room for improvement. There hadn't been any perfect system in anywhere in any government in the world. There will always be a room for improvement. What some of us are saying is that the little effort that is made should be credited to those who made them and show them areas that improvement can be injected into it. Some of us have also believe, we have also raised the question that reducing the number of entourage, the amount of money spent is tokenism to a very large extent. There are several wider areas where cost of governance could be cut. There are duplications and duplicity in the way budgets are made and executed, and in a way that confuses the general public who might ordinarily want to monitor the implementation of the budget and track the money.
Mr. Adeniro.
SUV that costs as much as 160 million for each of the legislators in the upper chamber of the National Assembly. We do not have to spend so much to rebuild a house for the vice president. We do not have to spend much on nothing else. I mean, that are just indices of ostentation, of opulence. Those things are not necessary during this period that we say Nigerians should tighten their belt and we should observe austerity measure.
It is almost sounding paradoxical that the positions and the examples and the rich rich points that you are making now.
Are we together? Paradoxical, yeah.
These points validate more the opinion and the submission of Mr. Peter Obi than the earlier position you started with. Because if you really look at what you're saying now, you are surgically looking at specific acts of waste in governance, specific acts of waste in budgeting, specific methodologies of waste in how government goes about its business. I don't quite see any difference between your point and the seeming synopsis of the rich array of points you've made now that the remark of Mr. Obi seems to be pointing to.
I will tell you. The difference is that the cutting of the number of people in the entourage is a starting point. What I'm saying is that should be credited to the president, because in the past, it wasn't like that. The past leaders, yes, they promised, but they didn't fulfill it. So this time around, that somebody said that he's ready to fulfill it and has actually gone ahead to make all those moves, we should give those little credit where they belong. I am just saying that there are other places to look. I also mentioned it, that the little profit that we have made from our outcry should go into our kitty while we ask for more. The more that we should ask for is what I mentioned in those other areas.
Mr. Daniel, nobody can fault the logic of your argument.
Thank you.
And the point you're making has been coherently made. The only thing that I'm trying to just and I have to do this job. Not that I like doing it with a friend and somebody I respect, but I have to do it. The only point I'm trying to make is maybe, just maybe, Mr. Adeniran, the seeming generosity or the seeming predisposition of wanting to believe the people in government that we have always manifested when they talk good and are yet to be seen to work good. Talk is cheap, as we used to say in a country I used to live in. The telecom company will say talk is cheap. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, we have only read about the announcement. We have not even, somebody like you does a good job like that, we have not even gone to forensically examine, are the officials of government even heeding the pronouncement of the president? And yet you want us to tick that box for the president when somebody like Mr. Peter Obi is saying, you know what, even this is not enough. And like you have rightly articulated earlier on, we expect more areas of prudence to be established in governance. Am I making a point to you?
My brother, the way we can help governments to make progress is to acknowledge the little positive achievement that they have made. I believe that it's not enough. Mr. Peter Obi condemned the cutting, of the entourage, rather than saying that, okay, well, it's a step in the right direction, but you can do more. There are other areas where the administration is responding to the yearnings of the people. There are places, there are occasions when the administration has shown that it listens to the people. Even this question of cutting the number of people in the entourage is as a result of outcry of people like you and I, that look, these number of vehicles in your convoy is embarrassing. It's embarrassingly too much for a president to move on a road that is being littered with people that are homeless, the people that do not feed themselves once in a day, with people who do not have healthcare facilities, and so on and so forth. And flashing that enormous, wealth in the faces of these poverty-ravaged people is not acceptable. Now, that they have thought it right, that they should listen to that cry, that's a step in the right direction. I believe that other things that we speak about, we get into the inner recesses of their mind, and when their mind is pricked again, their scruples, we kind of nudge them to do what the people want rather than what the powerful entities want. So I am not being too generous. I'm just trying to encourage the government to do more. Okay? It's a way to boost their, ego, whatever, and encourage them to give them a sense of security, that there is public will, that will assist them, that will make them to feel that they are wanted, so that we will not alienate the government and remove the political will that they have exhibited to implement this pro-people agenda. So I don't have
Mr.
any
Adeniro,
apologies. Yes.
Mr. Adeniro, somebody may be watching you this evening and be thinking, it's like this man does not like Peter Obi because, he wants what Peter Obi wants. He has actually fleshed the skeleton that Peter Obi has thrown into the laboratory. He has fleshed it with some very valid points, and yet he doesn't seem to even want to accept the fact that Peter Obi is speaking his mind, and maybe speaking the minds of millions of more Nigerians out there. How would you respond to that?
Well, I believe that Mr. Obi has his own followers, his admirers, who one way or the other accede to anything that he says, whether it is realistic or not. But whatever point one wants to make, it should be in accordance with what is practicable. What the president, that look, we want specific figures, and he has given us specific figures. For international trip, his entourage will contain 20 people. For local trip, it's going to be 25. His wife is 5. And that of vice president and so on and so forth. And now ask for more. That, okay, even the 25 for local trip, we could say that is too, much for the president. And then he needs to explain to us why he needs those people around him. And a number of explanations have been offered. So we should be realistic in our criticism of government.
Mr. Adeniro, I quite understand your point, but I need
to.
It's imperative at this juncture that I ask you this question. What? Because come to think of it, you have paid your dues, especially in the area of fighting corruption in this country, especially in the area of cutting wastage in governance, especially in the area of holding the feet of those who are in government to the fire of accountability and transparency. And I'm sitting here now and I'm thinking, okay, Mr. Adeniro, what would you suggest to be the roles of major opposition leaders like Mr. Peter Obi, former Vice President Atiku, especially in an adversarial political environment like ours? What would you suggest? I want to take Peter Obi out of it now, I just want your suggestion as somebody who has given the better part of your life to,
That's right.
To making sure that things are done normally. What would you advise or suggest to be the roles of major opposition figures?
Yes, the major opposition figures are not Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. They are not opposition. They are like acquaintances to the ruling class, the present ruling class. They don't have any significantly different ideology.
Repeat that again. You just shocked me, but I'm unshockable anymore. Did you just say that you don't believe? Did you just say that you don't believe that Peter Obi and Vice President Atiku?
They believe in the same ideology. They belong to the same political orientation. They belong to the same school of thought. They will have implemented something more drastic than what we are witnessing now if any one of them had become the government, the president or any of the parties, those two parties you mentioned,
so you are suggesting
won the election. Those parties we could say might be significantly different from the present ruling party, APC. You can talk about AAC, you can talk about PRP, you can talk about a few ideologically inclined parties. But when you talk about the capitalists, these people believe in the same thing, profiteering from the pains and pangs of the masses to feather the nest of the rich. And that is why the three of them had told us before that they are going to, in fact, one of them told us that he was going to sell the NNPC to his friends. They have told us that they are going to remove the subsidy on petroleum products. Of course, if any of the three has become the president, yes.
Are you insinuating or suggesting that whenever Peter Obi or Vice President Atiku, whenever any one of them speaks on issues of governance, that they are just being exhibitionistic? Is that what you are suggesting or insinuating?
They are just, yes, when they claim that they are criticizing the ruling party, what they are doing is just to look at the another perspective of the same cube. It's just like you have a cube, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 faces. They are just turning the same cube. Okay, it is just like the flip side of the same coin. So there is no significant difference in those three parties. There's no ideological differences. In which there will be equal contribution to the pool and equal benefits from the pool, that is, from each according to his ability and to each according to his needs, that will have been a significant difference.
So are you telling me,
let me answer your question, please.
Okay.
To answer your question straight, what I want the opposition to be doing, because they are the other side of the same coin, is to guide themselves along the political lineage that they came from, that they should make their agenda smart. I mentioned it the other time. When they want to give us any project, they should be specific about it so that we, the people, will be able to identify what they claim they want to do and what to look out for. They should make it measurable so that we be able to assess whatever they are doing. That is monitoring.
Mr. Adeno, we will be concluding now. We'll be concluding now, but it's almost imperative that I must ask you this as the concluding question. Given what you have just defined now, would you not think that the Labour Party that Peter Obi contested on his platform was more predisposed ideologically to the center to being the party in the center of the left than
It is not. It is not. It's a wool. I mean, the term labor.
we really have to wrap
You
it
look
up.
at their manifesto and the program they projected to Nigerians. They are basically capitalists in form and in function. And there's no socialist, left-leaning party that will say is going to privatize the commanding height of our economy. None of them will say, if they are truly left-leaning, they will not say they will remove subsidy from
The people in the back room are now pushing me. We really have to end this. I would have loved a longer time with you because it's getting more interesting. You're wading into some very controversial thing. You are cutting some trees that I never thought some people will bring. But it's been lovely having you, and I look forward to another opportunity. Have a lovely weekend.
I think you need to repeat this program.
We sure will do.
So that we have a longer time to discuss this.
We sure will do.
They are so wide.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It is my pleasure.
This is where we leave it for today. I am Bola Oba. Have a good weekend.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, I expected to learn theory, history, and all of that, and how to go about things. But I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went into mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school,
even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms. Like, we didn't learn media terms like even courts. We don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms. I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand. And when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshop. So sometimes I'm like, what's that? And they're like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, little associations here, like student associations, will now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife, boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anape village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former National Park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. The reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a trove for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience a fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Uti Elu, and today I'm joined in the studio by the radiant Diola and the ever gorgeous Mary. The Mary the fine girl.
Mary the fine girl.
Yeah. How are you ladies doing this evening?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Good. First time on set together this year. I've been formally greeting everybody on live to say Happy New Year. Welcome to 2024. How's it been going? How's it looking? Are you excited?
One day at a time.
I love it. But I think one day at a time is great, but what's your general outlook for 2024?
Doing great. But for myself, not for myself. I mean, it's
interesting.
Oh yes, for myself, I like to do this. Like I have a process. I reflect on my past year and I try to say, okay, how much of what I set out to do have I done? Of course, sometimes that calls for that requires me to be extremely hard on myself, you know, and I fail to, or I forget to celebrate the small wins, you know. So
be kind
you
to
know,
yourself.
exactly. So putting that against, you know, okay, what is still going to come with me into 2024? Do I still want to, you know, toe that line, that path, or am I evolving into something else? Do I need to redefine my goals? So I've been doing quite a whole lot of that, and
one day at a time.
yeah.
Awesome. I love it. Mary, how was your day?
Exhausting. I'm not going to dwell on it so I don't down the energy, but yeah, I think it's too early and I'm feeling already burnt out. Like,
wow.
I had so much to do today, and this is just me. I'm like, okay, Mary, yeah, try now. Let's just take one step. Let's move forward. But the mental
energy
space,
is
the
just
energy
not
is
there.
not agreeing. So I'm just like, well, it's where I am. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think that the conversation today may help.
Yeah.
But let's see how
Let's
it
see how it
goes.
goes.
I mean, I'm keeping my positive vibes, whether the world likes
I love it. I
or
love
not.
it. That's the energy.
Yeah.
Today, 2024, where are we now? We're day 16?
Yeah.
I'm giving my positive vibes, please.
I
The
love
world
it.
should stay on its own side.
Yeah.
Let me be doing me on my
the
own
other
side.
side.
But
Yeah.
no. Excited to be on set today, and I really love today's topic. So I'm going to jump into the quote, and hopefully our viewers can try and figure out what we're talking about today. So here's what we found as today's quote: "New year, new feels, new chances, same dreams, fresh starts." And that's by Atticus Poetry. I mean, I like this quote. I saw plenty new going on. I mean, some people may argue that we're already 16 days in, so can we still say it's new? Yes, it's still new. Yes, there's still time. People are still settling in. I mean, we're just talking about how, you know, the road still feels scanty, like people are not yet back. And I mean, you still have people who are on leave, who haven't quite rejoined the world in 2024. And I was driving home last night, and then I was still looking at, people still have Christmas lights up.
Oh, yeah.
2024 is here now. Take it down. But some people still seem to be holding on to that sort of festive spirit for dear life. But I think embracing the new, jumping into it, planting yourself firmly on the ground, and, you know, giving yourself the best chance to succeed and to hit the ground running is really what it's all about. People have different and varied mindsets around how they approach the new year, some people say it doesn't matter, it's just another day, every day is a new day, is a new dawn. I mean, all of these things are perfectly valid, but there is something about crossing over into a new year that really just gives real opportunity to galvanize yourself, to, you know, really think about yourself. For me, there are two, would I say, key times in the year where that is real for me, which is the start of the calendar year and the start of my year in terms of my birthday. So those two times really are, for me, what I would class as a new day.
When is your birthday?
My birthday, March 30th.
Oh, okay.
Aries to the world.
Nice.
So I think that those times really, for me, are the pivotal moments. Even though, of course, you can take decisions at any time in life. You wake up in the morning. I think it's the Yorubas that have a saying that whenever you wake up is your morning.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can choose this minute to be the start of your new day, your new year. But it is quite customary that at the beginning of a new year, we plan and we make some changes, and, you know, so we're not going to dive right in too quickly, but how did we plan the new year? How did we go into the new year?
Okay, so for me, my going into the new year,
you have even given us a hint. You've already told us. Now let me come to Mary. Quickly, Mary, how did you come into the new year?
So mental wise, you're talking about, right? To be honest,
yeah, still in the old year.
The festive season is really not my thing. It's usually not that much of a happy period for me. I didn't lose anyone, nothing of that sort. But it's just it's just a time where everybody's family this, and it's a bit lonely for me. Okay. Not that I don't have family, but there's just something that is just not,
Well, you get to December now, so.
Yeah, just for a while now.
That one doesn't have meaning.
Yeah. So, and then a lot of things happened with me last year. So I was just like, please let it just go. Can I just be done with the year?
Okay.
So that's what it was for me. And then I got into the new year and I'm searching everywhere for clarity on this girl. Please, what do you want to do? We need happier days. We can't, like, it's too long. We've grown past this. We've become a bit self-aware. Like, can we just step into the glowing mode where we're sure and grounded of ourselves? Like, I'm tired of,
I know, right?
All of that. So, and it's also a process. Yeah. And I think I also learned that, I need to be a bit silent,
Still.
Yes, I need to be a bit.
So we'll come to that. But yeah, so if you haven't figured it out yet, so as the clock strikes midnight, signaling the arrival of the new year, many people around the world embark on a journey of self-reflection and resolution. New Year resolutions becomes the mantra encapsulating the hope and determination to embrace positive change in various aspects of life. It's our Ladies' Night Out, and Adiola, Mary, and I are here to discuss the topic, planning for success in 2024, #New Year, New Me. It's never too late to plan, so I know it's the 16th, but yeah, go with it. And when we open our phone lines, we'll love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a quick break to see what we found in the news. Please stay with us. You're still watching Ways, celebrating National Religious Freedom Day. Religious organizations have been responsible for a great deal of good being done in the world, from the founding of worldwide charitable organizations to simply inspiring people to be kinder and humbler on a daily basis, as well as encouraging humans to be more sympathetic to the plight of their fellow man. I mean, there really is a day for everything at this rate. It helps to place focus. Religion, particularly in this here part of our world, is a very, very touchy subject. Yeah. But whether you believe or not, it's important to acknowledge the good work that is done by different faiths. Yeah. I think almost every faith has some aspect of charitable giving. So I think it's a good day to celebrate and acknowledge. But everybody, regardless of religion, I guess is where I'll leave it. You can be kinder, you can pay it forward, you can, do something nice today. So great that we're celebrating this, but I think the spirit of the day should go, along with us every single day of the year. But let's move quickly into our what's in the news stories. So Diola, what do you have for us?
Sorry, a moment. Okay, so this is the general story about Amnesty International says to the federal government to treat kidnapping as an epidemic. This is of course in response to the increasing number of kidnappings we've been seeing, and the most recent one, which is the demand of about 600 million as ransom from kidnappers that I think kidnapped some sisters in Abuja, and one of them has
60 million, yeah.
One of them has been killed, this was very baffling for me because it almost feels like this is an industry.
Oh, it is.
The kidnapping. And I was going through some research and I came across some figures that are quite, alarming. So there's this report that says that between July 2022 and June 2023, the SBM intelligence found that at least about 3,620 people were kidnapped in 582 kidnap-related incidents in Nigeria, and at that same period, kidnappers have requested at least 5 billion as ransom between that period, but I've gotten 302 million. Now that is for funds they can trace.
Absolutely.
You know,
cash is a different thing.
It's so baffling that this is happening. So I'm asking myself, okay, yes, I know there is the insecurity part of it, which is, well, there's so much insecurity in the country, but is there more to it? Is it now a case of the greed or the evilness of people? Or because I really don't understand. Initially, you know, I mean, this was very synonymous with the northern part of the country. We can easily say that, okay, because of all the terrorism happening and all that. But I mean, this is moving closer to cities.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's here. I mean, we talked about it on the show with our guest Dixon Osagie yesterday, and I mean, it's sad, it's shocking. It's not shocking. It's become a very profitable industry. So I remember reading the story first thing this morning. So it was a follow-up story to this where Issa Pantami had then come out. In fact, he'd gotten a lot of backlash because he had spoken on the story yesterday, and then he then said a friend of his had volunteered to pay 50 million out of the 60 million. And we're like, well, if this is happening, I mean, on the family side, you know, if this is your family member or somebody that you know, you want to rescue the person in the face of one of these girls already being killed, right? So that family has already lost 2 family members in the course of this situation. I can understand somebody wanting to be charitable and say, I'm going to pay this money, but we don't negotiate with terrorists, we don't negotiate with kidnappers. I mean, these are some of the things that we need to look at. If we continue to pay and nothing else is done to curb it, it is already a full-fledged industry.
True.
It's already a booming industry. It's one that has low barriers to entry because you get a few weapons, you get a bike, you find a rough patch of road, and you're good to go, right? So it really is, the solution has to be different. If we continue with this method where people are, I mean, I had someone who had a similar incident with a family member, insisted that they would never pay ransom until they were advised gently by the people that should be helping solve the problem that they should find a way to pay. So the stories are unending. I mean, you know, and it is really, really sad. And I see that no matter how high profile it is, these cases have gone around the world, and it's still not solving it. So there definitely is, for any of our viewers who didn't watch the show yesterday, please do. Dixon was able to share some clarity and ideas around what it could be, but it is a very, very, very sad situation. I'll jump right into my story. My story is very, very short, and it's quite sad. So there was a video circulating today on social media about a lady who killed her 2 children and herself, apparently or allegedly, after a fight with her husband. I mean, it was just a video clip showing her obviously in happier times dancing and all, but for me, why it stood out to me was because, of course, last week we had the story of the lady who killed herself, and in her situation, you know, actually wrote a note about the tough times and how nothing is working. I mean, we've talked about mental health issues several times on the show, and this one just sort of caught my attention. I mean, if you read the comments, there was almost 8,000 comments as at the time I checked. There was also people positing, oh, investigate further. Was she, you know, is there foul play? You know, how could a mother kill her kids? It's never that deep with your husband. You know, all sorts. And to be honest, we don't know what the circumstances or situations are. In any situation where life is lost, it's always very sad. Not able to imagine at this point what the man is going through, you know, regardless. But the reason, like I said, why it stood out for me is how much one of your goals in 2024, no matter how tough it is, has to be protecting your mental health. Has to you know, to be able to identify, you know, the triggers and even the signs, even for yourself. If you're doing well, your loved ones, the people around you, you know, being present to notice when there's a shift in a person. Is this person usually bubbly and now they're quiet? Is this person, you know, those types of things where you can just sort of help people be better, you know, or you can even notice, and some people just need someone to talk to or someone to even notice that they're going through something. So I think at this point in time, we need to pay additional attention to what people around us may be facing. And if we ourselves are find ourselves in that kind of situation, please speak up, please ask for help. There's a lot of resources today, but even just finding a trusted loved one to speak to a lot of the time can also help. Mary, did you want to add anything to that before we go on? No. We're good.
We're good.
Awesome. So we're going to take a quick break now, and when we come back, we will jump right into the topic for today. Please stay with us. Please prompt me when I need to open the phone lines so that I don't forget.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The start of the new year often symbolizes a clean slate, an opportunity to leave behind the challenges and setbacks of the past. It's a time when individuals set intentions for personal growth, adopting resolutions that reflect their aspirations for the coming months. For some, New Year, New Me may involve physical transformations, others focus on mental and emotional well-being, while some focus on career aspirations. However, amidst the enthusiasm for change, it is essential to approach the year with a balanced perspective. So tonight we're asking, how do you adequately plan for success in 2024? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp message to 08180384663. So, New Year, New Me. I quite like this hashtag. I mean, I know we've already said, but who just doesn't love the opportunity for to start afresh, right? If you are going to, I mean, I was listening to Mary, and I think that everybody should please get out pen and paper today, because you have to take at least one thing away from this show that's going to help you. Most people sometimes, and I love when you were speaking, Diola, about reflection, right? You first of all even need to know how it went. And I think part of what, for me, I think I already shared one of the other days, one of the things that actually transformed the end of 2023 for me, it wasn't anything momentous. It was just a day where I sat and I was sort of reflecting. And it occurred to me that when I looked back on 2023, it was following a conversation, actually. And I realized that even though 2023 was tough, right, I couldn't think of anything that I wanted to do that I didn't do, right? So at that point, that simple thought created a shift where I went from a place of accepting the narrative that 2023 was a tough year to being incredibly thankful and grateful, right, that I was where I was at that particular moment in time. So it's not about big things. It's little shifts, little things that create big shifts. Absolutely. That actually help you to reframe your perspective, to view yourself in a different light, or your circumstances in a different light. Because we all have good days, we all have bad days. In the middle of all that dirty December, I went through a stretch where I was feeling completely and totally flat. You know, sometimes you just gotten overwhelmed from all the going out, like you're just like, I just need a few days to recharge and to replug, like to plug back in. So the reality of it is, think about it. What did you reflect on? Or if you reflected in 2023, what were the things that stood out to you about your year? What were you thankful for? What were you not so happy about? Or what would you have loved to have changed or done differently? I don't want to say regrets, but things that when you look in hindsight, you're thinking, perhaps I could have done differently. I think reflection is really, really important. And you had mentioned it already, Diola, so maybe I'll come back to you just to talk about a bit more about your experience with reflecting over the year.
Okay, so the most profound thing for me was okay, so let me start with saying that one of the things that I do is I curate content around intentional living. So I believe in that a lot, and I believe that nothing really just happens just like that. And you shouldn't be in a place, or you shouldn't just accept the fact that, well, whatever happens, happens. You always have a say. It's either you're being proactive or you're being reactionary. That has always been my stand. So at the end of 2023, I mean, like you rightly said, there was a whole lot of that narrative. 2023 was a shit year, crazy year, this, that, and all that. And in reflecting, and I keep a gratitude journal, and I realized that it wasn't as bad as I thought. And that for me, again, was very profound. Because, I mean, I saw that some of the things that I had written, like I needed to do this, I realized I did it. Someone came through. Someone called me on this particular day that I was feeling. Someone just said, oh, I've been thinking about you. I need to speak to you. Oh, at every point in time. And I think for me, I got carried away with all the white noise at a point in time. I lost faith in my own vision because it wasn't happening the way I wanted it to happen, and it brought me back to the fact that my visions has not changed because they are premised, they're steeped in my own core values, So it's not like, yes, it can get bigger because I evolve, 1 or 2 tweaks, but the core of it is still very much in tandem with who I am at my core, and it brought me to that point where I am like, okay, you know what? You need to understand that there is process, and in moving, in going on this journey, there will be details. You can't afford to see yourself as having lost the dream, or having failed, or having lost hope, or like, oh, okay, now that this boss has taken me to Oshodi instead of this thing, that means I will not get to my destination.
Recalibrate,
exactly. So that informed how I planned, or how I set my plan for 2024.
And I think that's a good good place to sort of jump into. Yes, we've reflected, and then now you've taken the learnings of the year, and now you're moving into 2024. I don't say it again. We're 16 days in, but it's not too late. The reason why we're having this conversation today is there is still time. If you feel like you haven't planned, if you feel like you haven't thought about it, it doesn't have to be a December conversation. It doesn't have to be a January conversation. This is one of those times where they literally say the day when you wake up is your morning.
Yes,
so let today be your morning, let tomorrow be your morning. But the most important thing is the taking action. So one of the things that I did when it came to goal setting after reflecting was, and this would be our first tip for today, what areas of your life are you planning to plan about? Let me put it that way, right? What areas are you looking at? What areas are you focusing at? And I had a list of things that I wanted to focus on. First and foremost for me in this year, based on my reflection from last year, was my health. Was focusing on being a healthier version of myself in 2024, and understanding what metrics I wanted to tweak. So like for me, blood pressure is a huge thing. I'm really wanting to get to a good place. So health was one. Secondly, well, I've talked economy, money. Finances was two. Family for me, having children, I think it's important for every parent to also plan around how you're going to parent, how you're going to help your family be better. And it's not about money, particularly when you have younger children, right? How are you going to instill in them the right values depending on what age they are and all of that? So there's some deliberateness to it. Even to, how you pray over your children, for me, was key. After family, I think spiritual was another one, having spiritual goals. And it's not about religion, it's about you and your faith and whatever you connect with, higher being or the likes. But how are you developing yourself and your soul better? Then there was career, whether it's business, whether it's career. That part of it as well was, for me, a lot of people in this country, career happens to them let me say, job. They have job. They don't quite get to career because there's not enough planning around how I'm charting my career. If your job today tells you are a doctor, it's okay. If you're a doctor and tomorrow they tell you are an IT person, a doctor becomes an IT person, as long as, like you said, we're paying the bills. So that was for me the next one. And then the final one, which sort of ties into career, is the area of self-development. So whether it be professional courses, academic, that kind of thing. So for me, those were like the 6 high-level places that I sort of placed, areas that I focused on. Was there anything else that I could have missed out that you looked at that maybe doesn't fall under this 6? I know it's very broad. Finances was everybody was like, we're planning for our money, we're hustling this year. But yeah, no, how did you approach it? So in terms of these sorts of different areas, what was your focus? I know for me, vision board is a huge part of my own sort of approach to it. You already talked about having a vision, but how did you then go about planning for this year?
Okay, so I have a vision board. I'm very big on vision board. What I see, I resonate exactly.
Magazines and stuff.
Oh, sometimes from magazines, from a book.
You build it, you print it as long as you put it together.
I have this very big journal, that I use, and I put everything there. I'm very big on it because, I like graphical things. And so I have for health, I have family, I have self, I have finances. Finances, of course, I work in that sector, so that one is even a given from my boss. You have to do your financial plan and all that. Then I have health. So here is the interesting thing. I have all these goals for these things. I tell myself I want to be able to achieve this, but one thing I have also realized over the years is I get stuck to mount so much pressure, because there's also that idea, where you put, it's as if you're racing against time by yourself. So I broke them down into, I said to myself, by 2024 ending, I want to be so fit such that I know for a fact that I am very fit. And so I broke it down. I said, okay, so being fit is, before I put pressure and kill myself, is
doing it the right way.
I must do it the right way. So I'm looking at nutrition, I'm looking at self-care. I'm looking at, okay, how many bottles of water will I drink? Okay, my exercise routine. Okay, I just broke it down into small
into habits.
Exactly. And that's the same thing I did for all the facets of my life, to say, oh, okay, with family, I want to bond more with my family this year. Okay, what do I want to do? I can't promise every day because Lagos can be funny, So I said to myself, okay, my Sundays are, I will make sure that every Sunday I touch base with my family. I'll put everybody on a call, laugh, shout, do whatever. At least I have done that for the week, So again, putting actions that I know that will not put me under pressure, but something that I can do however little but consistently, so that's what I have, put in place. So one was reflection. The second thing that I have done was, go back to my goals, my vision, and then the third thing was to break down those goals into small actionable plans.
Yeah. Awesome, I love it. I think this would be a great place for us to take a break, and when we come back, we'll open the phone lines. Please stay with us. So if you're just tuned in, it's our Ladies Night Out and we're discussing the topic planning for success in 2024, hashtag New Year, New Me. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. Our phone line is also now open and you can call us on 0702-500-7749. Please remember to turn down the volume of your TV set when you call in so that we can hear you and have a great conversation. So I like where you stopped, Jola, and I think that vision boards are so powerful because what we see, you know, it's almost like oscillating on a frequency. It's like the day you tell yourself you want to buy a particular car, you start to see that car everywhere around you, you know. So the idea that we can put visuals, you know, at, you know, a place where you can see it. I mean, you can have a physical vision board, you can have a digital vision board, but the most important thing is that it's a series of images that you're focusing on. And I think that for me, there are 4 key questions that you have to ask yourself when you're creating a vision board. I think at the center of the vision board needs to focus on who you want to be. So personally for yourself, who do you want to be? And then you have things around it, around things you want to do, things you want to have, what your desires are. And you know, there are little tips and tricks around it. I mean, if you Google it, if you go on social media, there are tons of influencers and gurus teaching you how to build vision boards. But I think the main thing is keeping that mental image, and you know, if you put your vision board in your room, for example, it's like making sure that it's at your eye line. So wherever your eye is focused on the most when you are in your room, for example, that's where you need to have it. If it's an e-version, then maybe have it as your wallpaper on your phone or, you know, on your device, so that you're looking at it and seeing it. But you, in putting all of these things together, I think that for me it was also important to address some of the things that could also hinder you. So I mean, when Mary was talking about now looking for clarity, being drained, I think that for me, identifying some of my triggers as well, what are those things that made me, could potentially hinder my ability to achieve these goals that I've set for myself. And there are a couple of things for me. So fear being one. I've talked many times on how fear was a huge problem in my life for a long time, particularly fear of failure. And then, you know, you have this sort of epiphany and you say, but if you don't fail, you're never going to learn from it. You're never going to rise from it, right? So fear for me was one. I think in today's world, we're all anxious. If you're not anxious, you're doing great. Anxiety is another thing. I think even since COVID, anxiety has become, you know, a norm and part of the day. So being able to also address that, how you deal with it. Doubt, while women, imposter syndrome, self-doubt is another big one that you need to address. And I think the last one for me, which is the one that leads to procrastination and leads to a lot of not actually taking action, is boredom. Sometimes I find myself in a state of inertia. Like, I have so much to do, I don't know where to start. And then I stay still for long enough and boredom sets in. So I think important that when you set goals, it's like doing a SWOT analysis. You know what your threats are, what your weaknesses are, and how you want to address it, because the whole idea of planning is planning for success, right? It's not just about saying I will do. It's part of what you take away from the reflections is, what didn't I do so well, or what were my hindrances? And then planning, coming back to that, taking action. What are the little things? There was a few years ago where my mantra was DOT, do one thing every day that gets you closer to your goal. But in this sense, you have to plan, you have to think about, how am I going to deal with whatever my barriers could be? I mean, somebody once talked to me about the concept of self-limiting beliefs, how she herself was the barrier, was the roadblock, you know, and the minute she was kinder to herself, you know, and addressed these things, it also had an impact. But planning is one thing, right? Taking action is hard, right?
Even I feel like even before taking action, I don't know, for me, belief is such a, I think I'm struggling so hard right now to change my belief systems, because I understand that it's a huge hindrance, you know. So this morning, or I think it was yesterday or so, and I asked myself, I said, okay, are you going to the gym every day because has it now become a habit, or because you're after the whole flat tummy? You need to understand that it's really not going to come in one day, and you need to be able to love yourself through each phase. You can't keep going to the gym thinking, oh shit, I'm going to put in so much work so that it will go in now. You cannot get there with that. So I started thinking, if you don't have the right thinking even towards the goals that you have, mindset, you're not going to reach there. So it's like everything is just taking me step back. Like you need to reroute everything entirely. Like you just cannot want to be there. And you need to understand where you are. And you also need to realize that there's actually nothing wrong with where you are. Like there's actually nothing wrong. But then you're just, because you're so eager to get somewhere else, you just think that, oh, this is so bad. I'm complaining, last year was a lot. But then I did 2 trips that I didn't plan at the beginning of the year that I was going to travel anywhere, literally. So what are you talking about? It just fell on your lap. So that means, how about if you're a bit intentional about if you have the right belief system? Today, the minute you believe, oh, you know what, I can do it, and the next thing, you're feeling so lethargic, you're feeling so, so it's, we had a retreat at work, and, there was a motivational speaker. And everything in my spirit was just fighting. And I'm just like, am I just being a Gen Z that's just rebelling against things? Or is something here is not working for me? And the earlier you're able to, accept that, yeah, you know what, I'm different. This thing you're saying is not about coming and saying you can do it, you can do it. There's something that if you hit it from the base, if you're able to solve it from your belief system, it would flow.
What is your why? Why are you doing the things that you're doing?
So those are the kind of questions I'm asking myself. Do you understand? I keep using the gym as one thing. I'm very open, but I really want the flat tummy figure eight, and I keep thinking, have you been conditioned to believe that?
The definition of beauty.
Yes, that's the definition of beauty. And so if you don't have that shape, or if you don't have that figure, something is wrong with you.
So I think that this is why it's important to ask yourself and reflect. What's your why? And there's nothing. I mean, that's a goal. Having a flat tummy could be a goal, but it has to be a goal for the right reasons. It has to be a goal for your reasons, not perhaps what culture imposes on you.
Absolutely.
Or
what is in condition to believe.
As long as, and I think that once you get to that point where you realize that this is my why, it actually makes it easier for you to get to your goal.
Absolutely.
Because your motivations are now in the right place. But when you talked about belief, there was something that I really wanted to mention. A lot of the time, we are our own worst critics, right? Between things like self-limiting beliefs, things like self-doubt, we don't quite see ourselves the way the world sees us. And sometimes, a lot of the time, the solution to that is leave how you see yourself. Focus on how people see you, what people tell you about yourself. The people that constantly tell you positive things about yourself. You don't think you're good at anything, but somebody tells me, man, if I could just do hair like you, if I could just do my makeup like you, if I could, hold on to that thing. If you can't even in yourself process anything good about yourself, just hold on to what people say. I'm a huge proponent of fake it till you make it. You have to condition your mind, right, to believe these things. And like you said, it takes time. But you have to continuously reinforce the message. You have to continuously listen to that person that says you're good at this thing until you believe it. You keep repeating it. It's like affirmations. You have to keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. And one of the things I think that is key in habit forming is that repetition, and also in having routines. So I remember it was probably, I don't think it was last year, maybe it was in 2022 when the actor Mark Wahlberg, his routine came out like for the whole day, and people, like social media was going on and on about how he wakes up at 4 a.m, he prays, he works out, like every minute of the day seemed to be scripted. But then there's something to be said for the level of success that he has achieved, right? So you could argue that there's some value to it. It doesn't have to be scripted to that level of detail. but have routines. What's your morning routine? What's your evening routine? What's your mindset is an important thing. How do you condition your mind, right? How do you condition your body?
Because sometimes you won't always follow the routine. Yeah. Some days you will fall off. And
but if you keep understanding that you have it, then it helps you to form the habit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But because there are times when how you treat yourself when you fall.
Yeah.
Is very important.
Very, very important.
It's very, very important.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'm like, there's really nobody with you now. Can you just be
if I didn't do it today, I can pick it up again tomorrow.
To yourself. But there's always just that I didn't do it. I missed today. And I'm just like,
okay,
well, so in that situation, tomorrow really is
absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so I want to say that this belief system is so key that a lot of people don't even know why they do the things they do. Sometimes. Again, sometimes we're a product of our environments, our influences, the people around us, parents, siblings, and all that. And we have taken on behaviors that we don't even know that we have. So sometimes those voices are so loud in our heads that even when we want to hold on to the very few that are saying the positives, those other negative loud voices, but I would just want to say this to all of us, that it is important to understand that you have the ability and the capacity to unlearn and relearn. It's never too late, because for some adults they'll say, please, Yoruba people will say, I'm too old, I can't change. It's a lie.
Yeah.
You can change.
You can. It's a choice.
It's a choice. A decision. Exactly. You can change. And you should always look forward to being better.
Absolutely. Always. Never accept it. And I think that's a great thing. So when I was talking about the routines, I think I'll come back to what Mary said. Yes, it's important to know that it's not cast in stone, but if you want to build a habit, there is repetition, there is a continuous, but it's sort of how you frame it. Like, if you're building a routine, don't start off building 20 things.
Yeah.
Just pick 1, 2, 3 things. If I say my morning routine is that I wake up at this time, I make my bed, I brush my teeth, that's enough to start forming a habit. My evening routine, I'm going to, if you're a woman, you wear makeup, I'm going to make sure I take off my makeup, I'm going to make sure I wash my face, I'm going to pray. That's a easy enough evening routine to start to form habits, and you can build on it. Tiny little drops, right? How do you change your mindset? Am I going to read something? Am I going to, like you said, you have a gratitude journal? Am I going to write down something about my day that helps me to reflect better? If it's movement, nobody is saying jump into the gym today and go and do 200 squats or 200 push-ups.
Just walk.
Try walking 1,000 steps today and building to it. So I think those sort of little steps, really, really help. Do you get into the habit of planning your day, the next day? I mean, I've made a decision this year that madness I go through every morning of what am I going to wear, I'm going to make sure that every evening, if I'm going out the next day, I'm going to pick out everything, so that it helps me start my morning in a better way. So it's little things, little things that you just realize how quickly things are changing. And I think for me, the last thing that I really wanted to mention in terms of tips for our viewers, there's I don't know if I should call it a thing or a system that is 10-10-10. And really, when you said you were looking for clarity, some people are looking for some, why am I here? What's my purpose? Some people are just trying to get through the day with nothing that actually drives them. And 10-10-10 is something that has helped me, right? And it's simply, first of all, making lists. I know we didn't talk about it, but please write it down. If you're a Christian, even the Bible tells you to write it down, right? Write the vision and make it plain, right? But for me, writing lists has helped. And this 10-10-10 is actually a series of lists. So 10 different things under 3 different headings. Things that you enjoyed doing as a child, right? Write 10 things. I'm going somewhere with this. 10 things that you like doing now as an adult today. 10 things that you enjoy. And then 10 things that you are curious about. Now, when you've taken the time to sit and write those 10 things, here's what it helps you to do. 1, when you're writing the 10 things that you loved as a child, helps you to reconnect with positive memories and things that you enjoyed, right? When you've written the 10 and you've gone through all the memories, pick one, go and be silly. do something, even if it's running around in the rain and getting wet, something that just helps you to find some little joy in your life and remember times in your life when things were a lot easier. Things you like to do now. Again, not everything is about tons of money, because I know people say, I know it's tough, it's time. Whether it is, you know, finding something nice that you like to eat, or going for a walk, or talking to your best friend. Again, something that brings you into a happier place, but it's something that you enjoy doing now. Do you want to go and do your nails? Do you want to go and do your hair? Do you want to go to the gym? Something that just helps you, again, connect with your happy place. And because we always want to get better, when you're curious about something, please pick one and learn about it. The internet today is, knowledge has never been easier to acquire.
I know, right?
I have,
so accessible.
You know, it's so accessible. Like literally now, you don't even need to read it. If you Google it, you will find a video where somebody is talking about it. But that curiosity just helps you to develop yourself. Like for me, I have avoided the world of crypto and all of that. And my industry has now finally given me permission to connect with it. So now I'm trying to learn blockchain, I'm trying to learn crypto. So what do those three things just help you do? It just gives you a bit of joy, it gives you a bit of focus, it helps you to learn, to develop. And I think for me that would be my final comment for the show today, is just these things, when it comes to planning and ensuring success, they're not about big things. They're little changes. We just keep shifting 1 degree at a time until we've done a full 180. It's about finding systems and tools that help you. Once you know what your problem, there's an app for everything today.
True.
From tracking your sleep to waking up to eating to, there's nothing in life today that you cannot find on a Play Store or an App Store somewhere that just gives you the tools for success. So go wise, reflect, know your goals, know who you are, your values, what is your vision, and then make plans. Break it down into little actionable steps. Form habits, build routines, and find some joy. 10, 10, 10. Try it.
I mean, I like that. I'm going to practice it, you know, and I will give you a feedback.
I'm looking forward to it.
And then I also want to add something to what you said, all of the things that we have said, rather, and that is to be very practical about goal setting. In the finance world, sometimes when we take people on personal finance journey, we always tell people, I mean, you can't be earning 5,000 now and then say that you have a goal within a year to move to Banana Island, you know, without putting in
because understanding
the
why, the goal, setting yourself up for failure.
Exactly, and that's going to take you down some drain you don't want. So make it realistic. There's always the opportunity to be better, to make it bigger and all that. Just be practical and, you know.
Mary, I think you have a comment.
Yeah, we have a comment. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? Hashtag Ways. Planning for success in 2024. Hashtag New Year, New Me. Before we start to plan, we need to know what we are really doing and up to. Like the saying goes, if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. 2024 is here already. We really need to take action after planning. Like my dear beautiful sister Dee said, for example, we may need to step up our bonding with our family members and relatives. Also, we need to stop some bad habits that we were involved in last year and turn a new leaf this year. To have a new you need to improve your mindset and drop some bad habits and decide never to go back to them. Just like having a New Year resolution. Through all these, we will surely succeed in 2024. My dear beautiful sister Uti made mention of conditioning our mind and body, which I agree wholeheartedly. My name is Daniel Elo Ways.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has formed a habit of watching the show and commenting. So
I know.
Continue in 2024. That's a great habit to have. So we have this comment for me. It's not, the comment itself is short, but it's where the comment came from. It says, I like your program so much, right away from South Sudan. This is Christopher Ochaya. So thank you, Christopher. We're so glad that you enjoyed the show. I mean, we've run out of time, but it's been great. Thank you, ladies. Before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Ways Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, and comment. Invite your friends and family to watch us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. New year, new feels, new chances, same dreams, and fresh starts. And we hope that you take opportunity to plan. So we'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mamas and papas, I am Jimmy, and today on, of course, TW Conversations, we're having a very, very serious conversation. It's about something very toxic, but not to be too toxic. It's not my show. I'm a guest on the show.
Don't take over. I was wondering.
I'm not going to take over. It's your show. It's your show.
Okay, welcome to another edition of TW Conversations. We're going to be talking about toxic masculinity today, about men just taking over and running things how they like, and the rest of us just falling in place, or do we? Back in a moment. Welcome back. We're talking about toxic masculinity today. And the writer, Thomas Page McBee, says that we have to create a culture where men are brought up to see masculinity and humanity as not being mutually exclusive, which means that when you use the word create, it means it doesn't exist. So we're going to be talking about toxic masculinity from the point of view of how it is now, how it can be, from the point of view of men and how it affects them. And then there are enough of us to talk about how it affects us. Yes. So I'd like to start with Lanre Olushola. We have Lanre and Jimmy Akinshola here. Tell us, from your point of view, what does it say to you when we talk about toxic masculinity, and why is it such an issue today?
Wow. I mean, we're about to address an issue that is creating dysfunctionality in society. Now, you know, the very fiber of society is formed in the home. And if there's a breakdown of functionality at home, there'll be breakdown of functionality in society. And so when we're talking about toxic masculinity, we're talking about men that have lost the plot, men that have not been taught about their purpose in life, their purpose in society, about how they're supposed to behave and how they're supposed to be setting examples. And if you lose the essence of your existence, then you would abuse everything around you, including yourself.
Let me interrupt you right there. Don't you think that men are actually socialized to be a certain way? Boys don't cry. Boys will be boys. Sow your wild oats. So we're actually bringing them up to be toxic. Because the idea of a strong man being gentle seems to be foreign to us. But are they really incompatible? Let me add to that before, so that you answer it together.
Why are you guys just attacking them?
We're going to attack it. I'm also we're getting to Jimmy, don't worry.
He can handle it. He can handle it. Now, when you talk about sexual, or like a selection of men, when you look at the animal kingdom, you want the brutal, the strong male animal, and that is what the female is attracted to. Now, you look at the human kingdom. Are we women attracted to strong, brutal men? Are we the ones creating this? Are we the ones creating that toxic men? Because if you read all the romance novels, you want the man that is the brutal man, the little man.
But
he was gentle, yes. If you
They're
read
big but gentle. So the two exist in the same man. That's the ideal man.
Can we let Lanre answer?
All right, so we're looking at this from two perspectives. First, from the home and the social or environmental perspective. So if we look at the home, there are two critical players. There's the father and the mother, right? You'd find out that today, both of them are absent. Initially, mommy used to be at home, daddy used to be absent. And so daddy is not there to bring up the child or the son. It's mommy. And so what does mommy do? Mommy takes the daughter and takes her to the kitchen, insists that she has to learn how to cook, you know, clean the house, wash the plates, and then what does she do with the boy? The boy sits down and waits for the food to be brought to him. The boy is not taken into the kitchen to learn how to what?
And the women.
It's okay.
Toxic masculinity.
Hold on. Well, you asked me now. Now, so the mother is creating a problem and a dysfunctionality in that child because you know what? That child is not being brought up to be whole. Yes. But when that child now wants to marry, the wife now wants him to change diapers. The wife wants him to do X, Y, Z, and he's going to be reacting. He's going to be reacting. I wasn't brought up this way. Why the hell are you asking me to do this? And so the boy is reacting because he wasn't taught that way. But based on what Saudat has said, right, in society now, you want that guy to be tough and hard, right? So outside, you know, chicks are asking him to man up. Boys are giving him props because he's a man. But at home, his wife is saying that, boy, you're not a real man. So that guy has an identity crisis. He has an internal conflict. Yes. And when you have an internal conflict, what are you going to do? You're going to lash out.
Yeah. I have a leading question.
I think Jimmy should answer that question.
Okay.
People should leave Lanre out of this.
Okay. We'll come to Jimmy though, really. When you talked about mommy raising the daughter a certain way, is she raising the son to say you have to protect your sister, you can't beat her, you have to make sure that you do the heavy lifting around the house? Because from what you said, it looks like he's completely forgotten.
But in this
he's a little prince.
It's a broken home, I suppose. Is this a single? Is it a single?
Absentee. It's a dysfunctional home. It's not broken. Because in Nigeria today, you know,
that work at raising dysfunctional kids because we're both away from the.
We're absent.
It has an effect.
It
has an effect.
I have to at all. So I agree with you. I think boys are not being brought up at all.
Because I don't know how to teach a boy.
Your son.
I do. I have two boys.
He's the man's son too now.
What is the role?
Let me ask, right? Who is the son closer to?
Automatically.
The man.
No.
If doesn't want to look like his father.
No, the father is his role model.
Yes.
He's supposed to ideally be his role model, but his mommy's boy. And the girl is daddy's girl.
But daddy's
Notice, but daddy's never around. So daddy will buy chocolate to make up. Daddy will buy iPad, iPhone 10, iPhone X to compensate. Yeah. You know, we're developing dysfunctional, weak children.
But as a matter of fact, though, I think it's proper for women to even bring up boys because they're going to marry. So they teach them the nuances of being a manly man and gentle. I have only sons, so I could only have brought up boys. But Jimmy, what do you think?
I honestly feel it's the way the Nigerian or today's families are set up. Yes. It leaves so much room for a toxic masculine person to arise because
toxic masculine person.
I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, you would have said in some places I've been said to be toxic. Yeah.
In what context?
You've been said to be toxic or you are toxic?
I'm not. I'm sure you know that I'm not.
He's a gentleman, correct guy.
Okay, so a toxic man is the opposite of a gentleman.
Yes.
Pretty much. He's very bullish, very bullish in attitude, very,
you know, you said
I must be the center of everything, my decision, my way.
No,
I think there's men are brought up toxic. And I say that because they're brought up to control their feelings. And so when they want to show a feeling, it's usually anger. There's resentment, there's bottled up feelings. Before we started, we were talking about men and the feelings they get these days. the frustration can't be brought out because the society expects you to be a certain way. It's society, it's a social construct. This thing we're talking about.
Let me give you a real life situation.
We created it.
Is that true?
Yes. My parents were divorced when I was 5.
Okay.
Well, separated is the word they use. They separated when I was 5. Lived most of my life with my mom. First 2 years with my dad, and then up until now, my mom.
Let's hear it for the moment.
My mom relocated out of Nigeria 16 years ago.
Yes.
And at that time, I was pretty much like 16, 17. Since then, I've raised myself, right? Everything the period from 7 to 16,
Yes.
I learned a lot of compassion from my mom. I learned to be...
really important.
I mean, she never hit me, so I'm very in touch with my emotions.
Yes.
So I don't necessarily feel like I should...
Yeah, kudos to your mom.
I should, but...
That's really important.
But in her absence, when she wasn't there, I've found myself being around people that are emotionally unavailable.
Yes.
So
That's men?
Men, women, people generally, you know, and because I'm emotionally available, I give a lot of, I tend to give but get nothing back, which ultimately would make me start trying to pull rank. Say, okay, I'm not going to expose my emotion. I'm going to be the man that you all want me to be. Should be or not, you don't want to show any kind of emotion towards me. Okay, fine, let me be the non-emotional guy too. I don't care. How does she feel? I don't really care.
But let me even balance this, right?
Yeah.
It's not the mother's role alone to bring up a son.
Agree. Yeah, exactly.
It's both parents. And look, the mother can never do what the father will do, and the father can never do what the mother will do. And that's why there mustn't be absenteeism. But look, we did a research and found out that 7 out of 10 marriages in Nigeria is ending up in one form of separation or the other. So Nigerians don't divorce. They stay in there. But
for the children.
For whatever reason. Psychologically, they are separated, they're divorced. Emotionally, sexually, they're living in different rooms, and the children can see it, and they can feel it, and it affects them. Now, there's dysfunctionality in that home. Now, what that will do is it will translate in the dysfunctionality in that boy. And that boy, right, will not have a healthy relationship with people outside. And that is what I believe we're calling, toxic masculinity.
Okay, now this is the situation, and we're going to keep going around in circles, trying to figure out whose fault it is and how to correct it. So I think that really should be the conversation, how to correct it. If an individual has grown up in a toxic situation or somehow has grown up dysfunctional and this is who they are, how can you take steps? So there are people who didn't go to school and they picked up books, read books, and they're very fluent, they're educated, but they didn't go to school. How can the individual detoxify,
Okay, an individual man.
See, the thing is, we have to see toxic masculinity lies in the attitudes that society has determined men should have. And because it is society who determined it, we are able to change it. So that's the first step, which means that parents, or particularly mothers, need to teach their sons the feminine side of being a human being. So they're not looking only at what society says it means to be a man. So they can take that. My own is, a man, be responsible. We expect you to be responsible. Provide. Those are positive qualities, positive values. But be gentle, be loving. They're not mutually exclusive. So to go to your question, for example, I have an NGO anyway, as you know, Boys to Men, and that's exactly what it's aiming to do. But what is the effect on men themselves? What's the effect on men? Because we can see the effects on society. We can talk about the effects on their marriages, their wives, on people outside. What about the men themselves? What are the statistics for men in terms of early deaths?
I'll give you a classic.
No, before you go to that, I have to add a little bit too, because this, for example, my husband said something very simple. Let's spin scenario. A husband and a wife are somewhere, and there's a cockroach or there's something danger. If both of them are crying, who's going to save the other?
But it's not about them crying. It's about being sensitive to the fact that a woman doesn't like killing cockroaches. So it's not about, but you see, and if there's something to cry about, if somebody dies, for goodness sake, cry. But it doesn't make you any less, it's about context. It doesn't make you any less of a man. You will get up and do the needful.
It depends. It depends. So let me give you a classic. So in the husband's family, the mother killed the cockroach every time. In the wife's family, it's the mother that does it. In the husband's family, it's the father that does it, right? Or we can reverse it. So in that situation, right, it's contextual. In another situation, it's dependent on who did it. The person that steps up to do it is the result of who he saw do it, right? So if the mother did it, killed the cockroach, in a situation where the husband and wife are together, and, right, the man doesn't do it, the man will be expecting that his wife should kill it. If the husband's mother always killed the cockroach, the husband will be expecting the wife to kill it.
So you're back to the question of context. If I don't know whether it's time for us to go and break.
So it means we should have conversations.
But is it a...
That's it, background differences.
Yes.
And that's the conversation that before you get married, right, you must have. Yes. In your house, who locked the gate?
Just hold that thought, Larry. Just hold that thought. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. This is a really heated conversation because it's really important to us. But I think that we're beginning to confuse roles with what toxic masculinity is. There are roles for men and women, but we're talking about the way men are socialized or brought up to see, particularly emotionally, to see what they should be doing. A woman can kill the cockroach. It doesn't take away.
That's just an example.
That's what I'm trying to land on that. You know, so it doesn't take away from the fact that the man is the man and does manly things. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
A woman can also provide income. It doesn't take away from the man is the man. So how
let me tell you what my own point is from this cockroach matter.
Yes.
Right? Now, so the man expects the woman to kill the cockroach, but the woman doesn't.
Yes.
Then the toxicity will come out.
That will lead to it.
Yes.
Precisely.
So he will now say, are you a woman? Are you a wife? Are you a... And then he starts lashing out. And then that...
But why is he lashing out?
That
is it. You see, what is he lashing out? He's lashing out because he doesn't see, he feels he has a right, since his mother did it, that his wife should do it.
Yeah.
So it's those rights we're talking about. That is what is toxic. Yes. Absolutely. That is what defines the toxic masculinity.
So going back to her
actions.
So going back to our question, how do we deal with it?
We have to, because we have to have a way of bringing up boys and men.
Yeah.
For me, it's conversation. I always had conversations with my sons about the right way to treat a woman, the right way to behave. Men are born into privilege, the privilege of manhood. And you see, feminism, is it not as a consequence of toxic masculinity? There would not need to be feminism if men were how they were supposed to be. So this is a fight.
For me, we need to identify what makes a man a toxic masculine individual. Because take an example of me opening this show, for example. It might have been born out of, this scenario needs to be dominated. I feel like I should be the guy. So I'll take it. It's right there. I don't see them as any threat. Why not? I'll do it, and I'll do it. You fall in line. Would you say that's toxic?
That's thought. That intention is what makes it toxic.
That's the self.
You're doing it. It's you see, which is why misogyny is about looking at women in a certain way as less than.
Okay.
So the toxicity comes from the interpretation. It comes from the way you treat the person. Oh, you're a man, so you can slap a person because you're a man. That's what makes it toxic.
But are we also expecting roles? Because there's some men that want to cry, but they are expected to suppress. There's some men that just want to be laid back, but they expect... Some men don't like cockroaches, but they're expected to kill that cockroach. And so we've already put them in a place that, oh, all men must kill cockroaches. And the fact that you cannot, you are feeling as if you are less. I know some men that don't like football, but we expect them like, oh, how can you be a guy and not like football? What have we done? Are we part of the people that created
exactly,
this?
you know, what the show opened with, that we socialize boys in a particular way. So these things you're talking about are the way we socialize them. We socialize them to be toxic. And so we have to unsocialize them now.
So okay, but the point is,
grown man today, because in parenting, exactly, we can fix it in parenting.
Yes. But the grown man today, let me look at this young lady who, I mean, you know what I mean?
The grown guy.
So what influences it?
It is conversation,
in the grown man?
And it is a change of attitude.
In business, in politics,
for example, I gave the example of boys. We have conversation sessions, and we talk about these things. What does it mean to you to be a man?
Okay.
What do you think defines
Let
you?
me get us to understand what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with things at different levels. We're first of all looking at it from an identity issue.
Yes.
A conversation will not change a man's identity or his perception of who he is. A conversation will not do it.
Yes.
We're looking
you start with that.
Yeah. We're looking at it from a beliefs and values perspective as well.
Yes.
Right? A conversation will not change a man's core beliefs and core values based on how he was brought up, right? You need an expert to be able to identify that this guy has a problem. This guy, first of all, has to be willing to want to change, and then he gets help with changing.
But you're making it a special issue. But the point is that most men have those traits. This is how they think.
Yes.
So it's about changing society and men in society. And it starts with a conversation. I used to think that talking was just a waste of time. But I've realized if you don't talk, you sink into forgetting whatever it is entirely. So you start with the conversations, and then you get into the attitudes. And when you can call something a name, conversation helps you to call something a name. You call it a name, then you can deal with it. So you can't negate the importance of having that conversation.
No, but I think what you're trying to say is conversations is a start, but
that's what I'm saying. That's the given.
So let me give you a classic. Let me give you a classic. A man for 13 years has been abusing his wife.
Yes.
So they wake up in the morning, in bed they're fine. When she steps out of bed and gets into the bathroom, he's okay. When she comes out of the bathroom, he walks into the bathroom and comes out, he becomes dysfunctional and he starts abusing his wife. That's happened for 13 years. So they come to see me, you know, and then we do an architecture of their room. There's a therapy that I work with. We do a systems integration, and we eliminate everywhere. We get into the room, we get into the bathroom, and we realize that we have props. And then we get to the wash mouth basin, and then the man snaps. It's only a stupid, foolish woman that presses toothpaste from the middle. Only a stupid, foolish girl and a stupid wife presses toothpaste from the middle. 13 years. They've gone for deliverance. They've done everything. They've had conversations. He has apologized, but he couldn't change that behavior. Now, I left him for about 3 minutes to vent. Then after he calms down, I asked him, what just happened there? Then he asked me, what do you mean what just happened there? Now, all through I was watching his wife's terror when he was freaking out.
Why didn't he just tell her he doesn't like toothpaste?
No. He didn't even know. He didn't even know. So I took him back to when he was younger. His father came in every time from age 4 and beat him. Every time he brushed his teeth. Because, you know, we used to use Maclean's metal cases. When you press it, his father came in, beat him and said, only stupid, foolish boys press toothpaste from the middle. Right? He was reenacting that. Now, to address that issue, I had to do a timeline therapy for him and help him out of that. That's a toxic male, right? What kind of conversation didn't they have 13 years? It required therapy.
But again, this is a specific case. When I say, for example, that a lot of men are socialized in a certain way, okay, that's the majority of men. There will always be violent men. There are violent women. There are women who beat their husbands. That's not toxic masculinity. That's humanity, and there's a disorder somewhere, okay, from their growing up. So what we're saying is, for the generality of the people that we teach, of the men that we teach, boys don't cry, we have to stop telling them that. And it comes with words to start with. And then if you notice that there are things, for example, that men are doing that they needn't be doing, and they don't have to be violent to be toxic. It's not always about violence. It's about a sense of righteousness, it's a sense of you have the right. Mm-hmm. Do you see what I'm saying?
I would like for you to give me an example of a toxic masculine individual. Like, give me instances.
I'm giving you
because
one
we're going to easily go off topic if we don't deal with specifics.
Misogyny. Misogyny is very clear. It's very clear.
Don't respect women.
Yeah, it's very clear.
So men that don't respect women, that's what we're saying.
What is,
a lot of men
the reason for it?
What if exactly?
Why does a man not respect women?
It's because, for example, when there's a meeting, a family meeting at home, wives don't attend family meetings because they're not. See, even though they've been married for
wives are not
40
allowed
years,
to.
they're not. What's the difference?
They're not
allowed to attend.
So what are we dealing with? What are we dealing with?
They don't have a say decision
It's
making.
a belief. It's a belief thing. It's a belief thing.
Yes.
It's a cultural thing, or it can be a religious thing.
Yes.
Right?
It's hardly.
If it's Islam,
yes.
you know,
that's true.
You know, it can be a religious thing. Can a conversation
help
change that?
A conversation is a good place to start.
It can start.
Yes, and if a conversation starts with someone you respect,
conversation is a beginning, but the truth is we must at least finally say, because you are here, we assume that because men haven't been made to cry, they have been told that crying is not right. We are creating men who are
dependent on substances.
You know, what can we do to men? Is it that
man
simple?
is going to get an escape.
Yes.
He's going to look for an escape because emotion is energy. And if it's just like saying you should not laugh, you should not eat, you should not scratch when you eat. Crying is normal. So if the man is going through an emotion and he needs to express himself,
if you can't cry, you express it
by crying, right?
Precisely.
If he doesn't cry, he's going to lash out.
So tell us what we should do now.
Yeah. So the kind of conversation that we should have, right? Should border around, first of all, the attitude of how you present the case.
Yes.
Number one. Yes. Number two is, do you have a trusted friend of mine, right, that you can, first of all, have that conversation with, that understands.
Without you getting offended.
Without me being there. Without me being there. And that's part of your relationship.
You know, this conversation
That's part of our
not
relationship. That's part of our relationship, right? Our relationship should be centered around our friends are our friends. So my friends are your friends are my friends. And there are people that we should be comfortable with that can call us out. So you should be able to have that conversation with my friend.
This conversation isn't going to end because at the end of the day, we all live together, men and women. And so I think we have to continue this another day. Thank you.
Shouldn't they just give us their one-liners?
Yes.
We should do one-liner for one-liner. Just give us your one-liners.
I mean,
come here for nothing.
For me, to be honest, a toxic masculine male is an abused individual that needs therapy, as you said, but he also needs to be understood.
Yes.
If you understand him, then you can either help him or avoid the things that would get him to a toxic state.
Help him or avoid him.
And I'm going to, lean in on that, right? So let's start from the upbringing of a man. It needs to be a functional environment, husband, wife. The husband needs to be there to set the examples. Children learn more by observing than telling.
Yes.
So the mother can tell from here to kingdom come. If the father doesn't set the right example, the mother's brothers, the uncles don't set the right examples. The mother will talk. He will be picking up what the uncles and the guys
so
are
this is a message to all the fathers out there, really. Not only mothers.
So thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
For having
this, what was it, a debate?
Heated discussion.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
On Plus TV News now. Inspector General of Police orders intensified efforts to decimate kidnappers in FCT. Wike urges residents not to panic. President Tinubu Gowon unveiled book in honor of Buhari amid Abuja insecurity. Kenyan cult leader faces murder and terrorism charges for mass death. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky urges the West to keep up pressure on Russia. Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Now. There was a loud bang said to be as a result of an explosion in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on Tuesday evening. A loud bang was heard around Agbowo, Shango, Orogun and Bodija areas of the city. However, the cause of the explosion could not be ascertained as at the time of filing this report. Efforts to reach the spokesperson for the State Police Command, Adewale Osifeso, and State Fire Service to ascertain what happened failed. And former President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday said that he remains committed to the leadership of President Bola Tinubu and his party, the All Progressives Congress. Buhari said these at the book launch titled Working with Buhari and Muhammadu Buhari, The Nigerian Legacy 2015 to 2023, volume 1-5, which focused on his 8 years in office. The book was written by his former special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina.
Government is a continuum. It is like a relay race. You run your course and hand over the baton to the next person. This we have done, and the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration has my support and confidence in the quest for us to have a country of our dreams where there is emancipation for our teeming population. With the cumulative achievements of government after government, I believe we will get there in no distant future. In our journey to the desired destination, there will be hard decisions taken, and the people will bear some costs. We can only seek their understanding and state that there was no intention to deliberately inflict pain and anguish on anyone.
And President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday said his predecessor, former President Muhammadu Buhari, hasn't interfered in his administration since he left government in 2023. The book, Working with Buhari, was written by a former special advisor on media and publicity to Buhari, Femi Adesina, and reviewed by Shola Oshunkeye, a former CNN Journalist of the Year. The book, Muhammadu Buhari, The Nigerian Legacy 2015 to 2023, volumes 1 to 5, was reviewed.
After handing over, you said, I'm far away in Daura. But if you need me, contact me. But I won't intrude in whatever you are doing. I won't interfere or breathe down your throat. We've partnered to make democracy flourish in Nigeria. President Muhammadu Buhari, thank you. Except when I call him to say, are you leaving? Are you being in the farm? You don't hear from him either to nominate or intrude in the cabinet or complain about occasions. Thank you for being who you are, a civic. When you left the office, you left many barrels and a bunch of tasks for me for continuity. And I told people, I inherit the asset and liability of my predecessor. No matter what I say. We always joke sometimes, and you say you can never please Nigerians. But yours is to focus, work hard, and satisfy your conscience.
And President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday condemned the recent spate of kidnapping and bandit attacks in the Federal Capital Territory and other parts of the country, describing the development as disturbing, ungodly, and sinister. Tinubu spoke when he received a delegation of respected Islamic movement, Jamiyatu Ansarudeen, at the State House in Abuja. The president said while security agencies are acting with dispatch to immediately address the current challenge, all required resources, policies, and plans will be rolled out soon for the massive education of Nigerian youth. The president said education is the antidote to the troubles agitating the nation, adding there is no weapon against poverty that is as potent as learning. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Nyesom Wike, says the FCT administration is taking steps to address security challenges affecting some sections of the territory. Wike gave the assurance while addressing journalists in Abuja before a closed-door emergency meeting with security agencies and other critical stakeholders in the FCT.
But all of us are concerned as the Federal Capital Territory that has virtually every Nigerian. We owe a duty to make sure that this place is safe. We'll do all we can. And we're sure Nigerians who reside here that there's no need for panic. We're taking every step to make sure that those challenges are things that we must have to resolve. So this meeting is practically to look into such challenges and see how we'll be able to resolve the problems.
They recall that there has been a spike in the abduction and killing of residents by bandits, especially in Kuje and Buari area councils, that will acknowledge the challenges, urged residents not to panic as government was taking steps to address the situation. And former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has blamed the escalating kidnappings and insecurity in the country on what he described as worsening poverty and hunger in the land. On January 5, gunmen abducted 6 young girls in the Buari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja, a situation that has generated public outcry. Last Sunday, the abductors killed Nabiha, one of the 6 sisters, purportedly as a warning to the family for failing to pay the ransom of 60 million naira. Atiku Abubakar lamented that kidnappers continue their reign of terror unchecked, calling on the authorities to address the dire security situation urgently to regain the trust of Nigerians. And also following the recent abduction and killings in the Federal Capital Territory and similar incidents nationwide, Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun has called for a crucial meeting with the force management team and tactical squads to address the escalating concerns regarding insecurity. The IGP expressed deep concern over the unfortunate event and underscored the necessity for decisive action to combat such heinous crimes. While reassuring Nigerians, especially residents of the Federal Capital Territory, of improved security, the IGP ordered the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Department of Operations, to personally coordinate the upscaled security strategies in place to decimate kidnappers and other criminally minded individuals in the FCT and immediately restore normalcy. Amnesty International has urged the Nigerian government to treat the recent kidnapping across the country as an emergency. Cases of kidnapping have increased in the country, with the recent being the abduction of 6 sisters from their residence at Zuma 1 in the Buari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory on January 5. The demand of 600 million naira as ransom from the kidnappers has generated public outcry, with the police authorities vowing to secure the release of the victims. Amnesty International also decried what it called a lack of tangible commitment by authorities to address the escalating breakdown of law and order across the country. And also the Kaduna State Governor, Senator Uba Sani, has lamented over the return of bandits' activities on the Kaduna-Abuja road after 18 months of peace on the highway. The governor expressed concern over the security situation in 7 local government areas of the state at a first Security Council meeting with heads of securities, traditional leaders in Sir Kashim Ibrahim House in the state.
Bandits and terrorists has exploited gaps, particularly around Maganda, Kuyello, and other villages surrounding Buruku, Udawa, Damba, Kuriga, Polwire, and other flashpoints to carry out ambushes on citizens as well as security forces attempting to respond to distress calls. Chikun, Gio, and Igabi have become areas of concern as well. From Maraba Rido and Kudandan Aziz in Chikun, Soran Goma, Kerawa, and Dunki areas of Igabi have also witnessed attacks and killings in recent weeks around Dokan Kariji, stretching into Kajuru.
He reiterated his administration fully committed to the security and safety of the whole of Kaduna State, which is the cornerstone for the realization of the sustained agenda.
I will, however, appeal to the military and the police to step up their presence in the Tudumburi general area in view of threats arising from efforts to rebuild the community after the unfortunate incident of last year. Administration is fully committed to the security and safety of the whole of Kaduna State, because security is the cornerstone for the realization of our sustained agenda. I have been pursuing the deployment of more boots on ground through more military formations. I'm also happy to inform you that very soon there will be establishment of some forward operating bases in the state.
We in the commission, we have to be here to console the governor, to console the people of Kaduna State, and to pray for God so that we never see such again in our lifetime. We want to thank His Excellency, the governor, for all that he has been doing for the people of concerns. What I mean people, refugees, the migrants, and the internally displaced persons. Many people were affected here in Kaduna State, and we felt that we have to come in to ensure that we provide succor for the affected community and to also pray for them.
Residents, doctors, and some other categories of workers in Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital have down tool to protest an early morning violence unleashed on the hospital. The violence followed the death of a patient whose relatives reportedly attributed to failure on the part of the medical personnel. The relatives reportedly invited sympathizers, and the aggressors vandalized some doors and windows, scattered facilities, and attempted to inflict injuries on staff who all took to their heels.
We've had incidents in the past, but the one we have in this morning is out of proportion. I want to tell you that it is not true that management hasn't done anything about it. As we speak, the last one that took place where somebody was assaulting a health worker, we are in court over it, and the prosecution is ongoing. So that tells you that we've not taken anything for granted. We are doing what we should do. And apart from that, of course, more measures have been put in place, including overhauling the security outfits and then strengthening our pact with the police.
As soon as this thing happened, we had an emergency general meeting because we have a standing rule that when such thing happens, we are going home until something drastic takes place. So we called an emergency general meeting, and from the general meeting, we decided that we proceed on an indefinite strike. Pending the time the perpetrators will be arrested and prosecuted, then we'll come back, because it seems this place is unsafe for us to work now, because the people that did this promised a reprisal that they are coming back to attack again. So we are not psychologically stable.
The Police Service Commission has reported that a total of 136,177 candidates have undergone screening for the position of constables since the commencement of the exercise on January 8. In a statement released on Tuesday, the Public Relations Officer of the PSC, Ikechukwu Ani, revealed the details of 108,768 of the screened applicants have already been uploaded, and he attributed the delay in uploading the remaining details to network challenges. Arashe emphasized the importance of aptitude tests as the first stage of the recruitment process to filter out unqualified candidates and streamline the number of individuals progressing to subsequent screening stages. He stressed the need to establish an effective and efficient recruitment system to ensure a high standard of performance from the recruited officers. Meanwhile, Governor Agbu Kefas of Taraba State has expressed the readiness of his administration to support and partner with the Legion and families of fallen soldiers to enable them to live meaningfully. He discussed this on Monday at the Jolly Nyame Stadium in Jalingo while speaking at the 2024 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day. He said the history of the state is interwoven with the bravery of the armed forces as they have stood tall in the face of adversity, defending the borders and ensuring the safety of the communities in the state.
As you're aware, it's a very important ceremony to the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which the President is the Commander-in-Chief. So by implication, it is a very important national celebration and remembrance day. Unless it has a policy of moving forward and make sure that the Nigerian Legion enjoy the benefit of their service to the nation, and also specifically the widows, the wives of our departed ones, and even those ones that are unable to do things to survive. we'll make sure we give them all the support they need so that they will forget the pains and the wounds that the death of their husbands, their loved ones have caused them.
Legion ex-servicemen and women retiring. Taraba State have large number of ex-servicemen and women retiring, which some of them become Babao, Sofo soldier. But some are very healthy, physically fit to do other job in state capital and local government area council, especially on security matter. Taraba State Legion office is a standard concrete building, but due to perforated and the leaking zinc damaged the ceiling all. The office needs renovation and electrical machine to work in.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo on Tuesday, January 16, failed to appear before the Code of Conduct Bureau for an interaction over his alleged link to one of the companies that got contracts from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development. The company, New Planet Projects Limited, allegedly got about 438 million naira consultancy contract from the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, a company where Tunji-Ojo is a shareholder. The consultancy job is part of an ongoing probe of the suspicious 3 billion naira spending by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development under the watch of now suspended Minister Dr. Betta Edo. A New Jersey court in the United States has ruled in favor of returning assets worth around $8.9 million, reportedly stolen by government officials in Nigeria around 2014 to the country. The court ruled that the negotiations will begin with the federal government on returning the stolen funds which were deposited in a Jersey bank account in 2014. Money transfers were camouflaged as government-approved contracts for the acquisition of arms during the Boko Haram's incursions in Nigeria from 2009 to 2015. Mark Temple Casey, the Attorney General of His Majesty, mentioned that the government of Jersey collaborated closely with the Federal Republic of Nigeria to reclaim the assets on behalf of the Nigerian people. And the Supreme Court on Tuesday, January 16th, reserved judgment in the appeal filed by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and its candidate in the last governorship election in Nasarawa State, David Ombugado. Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, who led a 5-member panel of the Apex Court, announced that after lawyers to parties made their final submissions, the judgment was reserved and parties will be notified when it is ready for delivery. The appellants are, by their appeal, seeking to set aside a November 23, 2023 judgment of the Court of Appeal, which reserved the earlier judgment of the Election Tribunal sacking of Governor Abdullahi Sule of the All Progressive Congress, APC.
We have urged the court to restore the judgment of the trial tribunal that declared David Ombugado as the duly elected governor of Nasarawa State. That's our prayer.
Our expectation in Nasarawa State will not be different because the whole world know you have participated in this process where election was concluded. 99.5% results came out and we won, and suddenly a mystical figure appeared from Gayam and Chiroma.
And the Supreme Court has reserved judgment in the governorship election disputes between Governor Nasir Idris of the All Progressive Congress and Aminu Bande of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The 5-man panel, led by Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun on Tuesday, reserved the judgment after parties in the petition adopted their processes. At today's proceedings, the respondents' counsel urged the court to dismiss their appeal for lacking in merit and uphold the judgment of the lower courts that upheld the election.
Our prayer before the court is that our appeal be allowed on the basis that the deputy governor of Kebbi State was not qualified to contest the election And on that basis, the entire election should be nullified, and the candidate of the PDP, General Bande, standing behind me, be declared the governor of Kebbi State.
Our expectation is that the court will affirm the concurrent findings of both the tribunal and the Court of Appeal, and dismiss the appeal, of course, because it lacks any merit.
And Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara on Tuesday swore in 16 new permanent secretaries at the Executive Council chambers of the Government House in Port Harcourt. The governor tasked them to be decisive and diligent in their duties to help his administration fulfill its promises, saying the state government is focused on improving the welfare and security of the people. The newly sworn-in permanent secretaries were also presented with official cars immediately after the ceremony. And Governor Hope Uzodinma on Tuesday dissolved his cabinet a day after he was sworn in for a second term as the governor of Imo State. With the development, the governor, who was re-elected as the state leader months back, sacked all his commissioners and appointees. Uzodinma is expected to constitute a new cabinet by sending commissioner nominees to the State Assembly for confirmation. The governor on Monday took the oath of office at around 3:24 p.m. at the Dan Anyam Stadium in Owerri, the Imo State capital. A committee has been set up to distribute free enrollment for over 10,000 Edo indigents for the Senior Secondary School Certificate Examination (SSCE) by the member representing Isako Federal Constituency, Honorable Anamero Dekere. He has expressed displeasure over refusal of some school principals to sign the free forms given to the students, a situation they claim is slowing down the process. The committee chairman expressed the displeasure while addressing journalists in Benin City, the Edo State capital, as he assured the beneficiaries, students of their commitment to oversee a seamless enrollment process.
You have explained to us the challenges you had over the filling of the forms and all whatnot. Yeah, we are going to take your message to the principal, which is Anamero himself. But I can tell you, that Anamero Foundation is known for this philanthropic gesture. The reason for principals not signing, waiting for directives, I think that's the major reason for this meeting, just to hear from you people so that we can know who to talk to, but we can assure you that we're also going to do our utmost best to see how we can address it with the appropriate authority so that by the time you go back, they will sign your forms.
We came to submit the form we collected from Anamero Foundation towards enrolling the children in for WAEC. So we want to appreciate him that this is the first time the IDPs are seeing this kind of gesture. So the children are quite happy and they are excited. We have a number of them, though the forms were not enough, but what we had, I think, is commendable. So we quite appreciate it.
Still ahead, Rwanda army kills DRC soldier, arrests 2 along border. Details when we return. Stay with us.
Anyone stopping your reigning, I decree they go today. Anything miracle will abduct your business that is loose. You begin to make progress in the name of Jesus. Your destiny will make progress in the name of Jesus. That ministry will make progress in the name of Jesus. Your life will go forward in the name of Jesus. To say there's no miracle is to say God does not exist.
Last 2 years, 2021, October, I gave birth to a baby girl. After 3 weeks, I lost the baby. When I came to Glory Reign 2022, I asked God to bless me with another baby. That if God bless me, I will come with the baby to this altar and testify. October 2022, on 12th October, on my birthday, I gave birth to a bouncing baby boy, healthy and strong. I have come to return all the glory to God.
If your mind is not thinking miracle thoughts, forget it. You will never operate in the supernatural. Miracles don't go to those who need them, it goes to those who expect them. Faith is when you partner with the invisible God who men can see to do the incredible. The proof of your faith is the pursuit of the unseen.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
You're welcome back to News Now. Now moving on to other parts of Africa, Kenyan prosecutors have said they intend to charge a suspected cult leader and dozens of other suspects with murder and terrorism over the death of more than 400 of his followers after a court warned it may have to free him. Self-proclaimed Pastor Paul Onthege Mackenzie is alleged to have incited his followers to starve to death to meet Jesus in a case that shocked the world. Mackenzie was arrested in April last year after bodies were discovered in a forest near the Indian Ocean coast, and his co-accused will face 10 charges including murder, manslaughter and terrorism. Rwanda said on Tuesday it had killed a soldier from Democratic Republic of Congo and captured 2 others on its territory in the latest friction on their border. The Rwanda Defense Forces, RDF, said in a statement the Congolese soldiers crossed at Rubavu town with 1 shot dead when he fired at a patrol and were ordered to arrested. The soldiers had an AK-47 gun, 4 magazines with 105 rounds, a protective vest and sachet of canopy, the RDF says. And a suicide attack rocked the Somali capital on Tuesday as the attack took place near the headquarters of the Mogadishu municipality. Somali police spokesman Sadiq Didishe, who spoke to Anadolu over the phone after the attack, said a man blew himself up. He confirmed that the blast caused casualties but did not give a figure. No group has yet claimed responsibility for the attack, but Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorist group Al-Shabaab has claimed responsibility for recent attacks in the Horn of African nation. Somalia on Tuesday urged the non-aligned movement NAM member states to take the issue of Somalia's territorial integrity a priority during the ongoing summit in Kampala. Speaking to the media in the capital, Kampala, the country's permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Hamza Radan Hado, said Somalia is just recovering from a conflict and it cannot afford another conflict with a neighbor. And now from news outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the West on Tuesday to show a united front against Russian President Vladimir Putin and to step up its support for Kyiv to ensure that Moscow did not prevail in the war. Western hesitation in its backing for Kyiv and fears of an escalation in the war with Russia were costing time and could prolong the fighting by years, as he told the World Economic Forum in Davos.
Embodies war. We all know that he is the sole reason why various wars and conflicts persist and why all attempts to restore peace have failed, and he will not change. He will not change. We must change. We all must change to the extent that the madness that resides in this man's head or any
Shortest in second place. The former president won more than half of the votes in the state, confirming predictions that he will begin his third presidential campaign with a crushing victory. Mr. DeSantis, the governor of Florida, came second, winning slightly more than 20% of the vote and declaring that his opponents had failed to knock him out of the race, despite throwing everything but the kitchen sink. And a Malta-flagged Greek-owned vessel has been hit with a missile in the Red Sea off the coast of Yemen. Maritime security firm Ambrey has said it is thought to be the third incident involving the bulk carrier, believed to be named Zographia, in 24 hours. Tuesday's incident comes as the U.S. military announced it had seized Iranian-supplied weapons bound for the Houthis during an operation last week. Meanwhile, the U.S. has hit more targets in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. The U.S. and UK launched a wave of airstrikes against dozens of Houthi attacks and targets on 11th January following attacks. Up next, federal government intervenes, issues 13 new power generation distribution licenses. That's in business news. After the short break, stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back, and moving on to business news. Shell PLC has agreed to sell its Nigerian onshore oil business to a consortium of local companies for more than $1.3 billion. If approved by the government, the transaction will fulfill Shell's long-term goal of extracting itself from a challenging operating environment in the Niger Delta region, while retaining a presence elsewhere in the country. Beyond the initial price tag, Shell said it will receive additional cash payments of as much as $1.1 billion on completion. Following the sale, Shell will continue operating in the country through its deep water oil business, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited. And the federal government says it has issued 13 new licenses for the generation of off-grid and embedded power, independent electricity distribution, and the trading of electricity. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NEC) announced 13 new power generation, distribution, and trading licenses in its report. According to NEC, the new licenses were issued in the third quarter of 2023 as a cumulative quantum of electricity to be generated by the licenses was 40.9 megawatts. And financial analysts of Cardinal Stone Research have said that in 2024, the Nigerian cement industry is expected to benefit from renewed government focus on infrastructure development and construction projects, which could stimulate demand for cement products. The analysts stated this in their report on Nigerian cement sector 2024 outlook tagged Nigeria Cement rebounding from a tumultuous year. They noted that with increased budget allocation to critical sectors and ambitious infrastructure initiatives, the construction industry is likely to experience a resurgence. And Nigeria expects to significantly boost revenue collection this year as plans to overhaul its tax system start to pay dividends. The Federal Inland Revenue Service forecast revenue to increase 57% in 2024 to 19.4 trillion naira, which is about $20.3 billion compared with last year, according to a document seen by Bloomberg. And that will comprise 9.96 trillion naira in tax revenue from oil and 9.45 trillion naira of non-oil revenue, according to the document. To grow revenue this year, the agency will improve efficiency in tax compliance, including changing its organizational structure to be more taxpayer-focused and further automate tax collection. And meanwhile, the Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella on Tuesday defended his company's multi-billion-dollar investment in ChatGPT developer OpenAI after the EU and Britain launched probes into whether it resembles a merger. Nadella was speaking on the sidelines during an event organized at the World Economic Forum in Microsoft has poured billions of dollars since 2019 into OpenAI, which thrust artificial intelligence into the spotlight with its chatbot and ChatGPT in late 2022. And now on entertainment news, Nigerian music star Adedamola Adefolawon, aka Fireboy, has released a music video for his thrilling single Oba Sima. The YBNL superstar, known for his soulful voice and poetic lyrics, takes fans and enthusiasts on a visual spectacle set in Ghana, where he showcases the country's aesthetics. The music video is Fireboy's first release of 2024 as he kickstarts what appears to be a busy year for the award-winning singer, who is expected to drop his fourth studio album soon. And news just reaching us say there was panic in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on Tuesday evening as loud explosion rocked the ancient city, with buildings collapsing due to terrific vibration. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
We apologize for the break in transmission. News just reaching us say there was panic in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on Tuesday evening as loud explosion rocked the ancient city with buildings collapsing due to terrific vibration. Residents who spoke with our correspondent said houses and cars far from the scene of the explosion were impacted by the blast wave. The number of casualties could not be confirmed as of press time. The zonal coordinator for the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, in the southwest, Shahid Akiode, told reporters in a phone conversation that emergency respondents, including the operatives of the fire service in Oyo State, have been deployed to the scene of the incident on Awolowo Way by Adey Avenue behind a central mosque in Bodija. Also in a test statement on X, formerly Twitter, the Oyo State government said it is aware of reports of an explosion in the state. Residents are urged to remain calm as security agencies are investigating this to determine the source and cause of the incident, the government said. And that's the end of news now, and the main news again. We told you that the Inspector General of Police has ordered intensified efforts to decimate kidnappers in the FCT. Wiki urged residents not to panic. We also informed you that President Tinubu Gowon unveiled book in honor of Buhari amid Abuja insecurity. You were informed that Kenyan cult leader is facing murder and terrorism charges for mass death. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the West to keep up pressure on Russia. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Have a beautiful night rest.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashui. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashui, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashui, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ugumosho during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara, Abeokuta, when my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in Performing Arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic note language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o. Kíni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lọ mú àdá wá kó wá gé ìtàkùn tó fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ lẹ́ǹkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry, sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right, and it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Competition. It's the very heart of any market economy. There's healthy competition between companies driving innovation, lowering prices for consumers. That's why we even have watchdogs guarding this key building block of prosperity. Competition is everywhere, and it can also get very annoying. It's hard enough when your competitor is simply better than you, but what if he doesn't play a straight game? What if your competitor is a colleague, a neighbor, someone in your own family? Is a competitor an enemy? That's what we're looking at today, competition in the market and also in the workplace. Welcome to Made in Germany. Competition starts in the home. Between siblings, it can turn into a real rivalry. When family businesses are involved, it can both be healthy and help the company thrive, or it can lead to a split and spawn rival companies. There are two good examples for that in German corporate history, and they involve sports cars and sports shoes. The famous brand names you know for sure, but did you know about the family connection?
Family Feuds Part 1. They once shared a sports shoe factory, the brothers Adi and Rudolf Dassler. But they fell out, and Adi Dassler founded Adidas. Rudi, as he was known, took his part of the business and set up Puma. They became bitter rivals for the sportswear market. Adi Dassler was innovative, and his company took the lead from the start.
He was successful, he was rich, he was world famous, but he'd stand at the machine and work alongside his staff. When he was around 52 or 53, he lost his left index finger in a machine accident.
Rudi struggled to catch up with his brother.
I've rarely encountered anyone like Rudolf Dassler. He was a businessman, obviously, and he always had good instincts. The big stars with the number 10 on their jerseys were with Puma, not with Adidas.
They vied for star athletes to promote their products.
An original shoe from 1954. This is what Max Morlock was wearing when he shot one back against Hungary in the World Cup final. It deserves to be a museum piece.
Puma had Lothar Matthäus, later Footballer of the Year.
Lothar Matthäus was committed to Puma because his father was a caretaker at Puma in Würzburger Straße. So he had no choice but to start playing at a Puma club.
The brothers remained rivals for the rest of their lives.
Both are global enterprises in the sporting goods and fashion industry. And today, that conflict no longer plays a role. The founders are long gone, and now both companies are run by professional managers.
Family Feuds Part 2. Ferdinand Porsche was the founding father of car makers VW and Porsche. His family retained majority ownership of both brands. His grandsons, Ferdinand Piëch and Wolfgang Porsche, wrestled for control of the businesses.
When major assets and big corporations are at stake, these conflicts can easily escalate, especially when the heirs are strong personalities.
Ferdinand Piëch became chairman and CEO of Volkswagen and helped make it the world's biggest automaker. Wolfgang Porsche was in the driving seat at sports car maker Porsche. The company remained small, but for years it was the world's most profitable car maker. In 2009, Porsche sought to take over Volkswagen, but the attempt failed, and in 2012 it was VW that swallowed up Porsche. The takeover struggle weakened both brands. Volkswagen got help from the Emirate of Qatar, which continues to exert a major influence. Ferdinand Piëch, who many in the family disliked, was dethroned. The family still holds a majority stake in Volkswagen. Ferdinand Piëch have a total of 16 children. None of them has so far emerged as a successor. The family rivalry continues.
Lots of potential for more fights there. Competition can also exist between ideas. In Britain, for example, there has long been intense competition between two political ideas that is coming to a head right now: to stay in the EU or to leave it. The referendum in 2016 was intended to settle that dispute once and for all. But if you're looking at Britain, possibly only days away from Brexit right now, you get the impression the debate is more fiery than ever. Our reporter Louise Osborne went to her hometown in the county of Surrey and found the two camps pitted against each other, divided like never before.
This is my hometown, Woking, and this is where I started out as a journalist. Now, back then I used to come here all the time to talk to people about how they felt about different issues. I thought I'd come back today and see what people think about Brexit.
I think it's a disaster.
I'm hoping it'll go through. It's just all very confusing.
I just think this country's going a bit crazy.
I mean, do you know any people that voted to leave?
Yeah, my son. We don't talk about it.
Do you know anybody that voted to leave?
Yes. Yeah, we do, sadly. And it's a big shame. I'm disappointed in them, actually. It's some of my family members, and I'm a bit ashamed of them for voting. But they're free to have that vote. It's why we have a democracy.
What about you? What do you think about Brexit? I now live and work in Berlin, and from there it seems as if divisions are taking Britain off course. But is that true? Here in Surrey in the southeast, votes were almost balanced, just over 52% to remain. Brexit has divided the United Kingdom, leave the European Union or remain. But what do businesses think? I've come to meet Matthew Ford at health food producer Creative Nature to find out how Brexit has affected his business.
We've seen positives at the moment in the build-up to March 29th because the pound was weaker. So a lot of people wanted to buy British products, which was great. So we've expanded our export a lot. But it's the raw ingredient prices, the packaging that I'm really worried about. So we source our boxes from the UK, but some of them source the cardboard from outside the UK. And they are very worried that all of these prices are going to go up. And that's going to have an effect on every single business.
So Matthew seems torn. I decide to ask him how he voted.
So I actually voted to leave. Now I've got a lot of different views on it, but I would still vote the same way.
Do you think that these divisions between Remain and Leave have affected the business in any way at all?
It's more on a personal level that it's just been really quite sad to see how some people react just because you've got a different view. It shouldn't be like that. You know, we're trying to unite the UK.
What Matthew said surprised me. I hadn't really thought about Brexit as a uniting factor. You know, when you're talking to people, everybody's got something to say about Brexit. And there are divisions in society with regards to, you know, whether you're on the Remain or the Leave camp. But it's united people around a topic, at least. But there must be businesses that have doubts about Brexit. Here at the so-called Brexit Clinic, consultants are advising firms how to plan for a no deal. One participant is from a German building firm.
Our most concerns are getting ready, really, for the Brexit if there is no deal, and have everything in place to continue our business without any breaks in between.
The events this year.
Gary Hayes has helped organise 14 clinics across Surrey so far.
Before the referendum, we polled all of our members, and we came to about 50-50 of Remain and Leave. So our stance has been completely neutral. But we just want to support businesses. We want to make sure that they are getting the advice and guidance that they need to prepare whatever the outcome.
It's been a long day. Time for a drink. The punters here tell me they won't talk about religion, ex-partners or politics. But soon it starts. Even here, it seems, there's no break from Brexit.
And there's no break from Brexit here as well. Louise Osborne joins me in the studio now. Louise, as a British expat living here in Germany, have you prepared?
I've done some preparation. So the German government told us that we needed to register so that we would hopefully get residency. I've done that, and they've said that they would meet us in the 3 months after Brexit takes place, whenever that will be.
Whenever it will be, yeah.
So there's that, and I'm also preparing to apply for German citizenship just to ensure that I'll be able to stay and there won't be any problems with that. So, but it takes a lot of work.
Do you feel supported by your own government?
That's hard to say. I mean, there have been a lot of events, where they've tried to help us prepare for Brexit and to talk to us about the different possibilities of what could happen. But it's been kind of well, difficult for them because obviously nobody knows what's going to happen. So it's difficult to prepare and to help people get ready if you don't know what the ending is going to be.
What would change for you in the event of a hard Brexit?
Well, hopefully, like I said, I'd be able to get permanent residency here regardless. I've been here for 7 years now. You have to have been here for 5 years to qualify for it. So in that case, I'd be able to stay here. But when it comes to moving to any other EU countries, I mean, that's out. Usually, I mean, I could apply. I'd be treated as a third country citizen then. It's a little bit crazy having those rights taken away from you when you've had them all your life. So
it's true. It's the same for me. I've lived in London for a long time and only came back to Germany 2 years ago. And it feels a bit weird that Britain is not a part of the EU anymore. Very soon. Well, we shall find out. But your family, of course, you went there also to see your family living in Britain. What's their view on Brexit? Is there a rift going through your family as well?
I think, you know, like everyone in the UK and every part of the UK, there is a division in my family as well. Quite a few of my family members voted to remain. A couple of them voted to leave. And there have been a couple of arguments about it. Nothing serious.
No big fights.
No big fights. Not yet, anyway. Maybe afterwards. You never know. But I think they're all really uniting around the idea that they just want this to be over with, just for something to have happened, for some way forward. And that's the mood generally in the UK, I think, that just they want this done.
Done and just want it to be over with. What's your personal view, your personal future about Brexit? It's all up in the air right now.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We don't even know whether the 29th is when we're going to be going out, or you know, the 14th has been banded around. I'm just waiting to see what really happens. I'm not really saying which way I voted because I would prefer not to, but
absolutely.
But. Yeah, I mean, like everybody else, it's a little bit confusing at the moment. It changes on a day-to-day basis, so...
It doesn't really help.
No, it really doesn't.
Louise Osborne, our reporter, thank you very much for joining me in the studio today. Germany has many thriving mid-sized companies which build the backbone of the country's strong economy. And often several firms competing in the same sector are based in the very same place, forming local clusters of excellence. One example is the German town of Tuttlingen, which is home to several manufacturers of endoscopic devices, all vying for the world's top spot in the field. So what's it like when your biggest business rival in the world is living next door?
Tuttlingen is a small town in southwest Germany. It's also a global center of medical technology. Among the many companies are two leaders in the field, Esculap and Karl Storz.
It's not a question of love or hate. It's more like a sports competition.
Nobody at Storz wanted to talk to us about Esculap. Storz is the world's largest manufacturer of medical endoscopes. People here say Esculap missed the boat. It hadn't realized soon enough the advantages of peering inside the human body.
Karl Storz is very big in R&D, a bit bigger than us here at Esculap. But we're still competitive and our products are just as good. I'd say some are even better.
Sales at Esculap are somewhat higher. The companies both make a wide range of products used in surgery, so they keep a close eye on each other. News of any innovation spreads fast in this town.
The competition is fierce. The two companies are neighbors and watch each other very intently. If one makes something new, the other tries to catch up. But that proximity helps spur both companies to outdo themselves.
Sehr wichtig, zu Höchstleistungen zu kommen.
Both companies are struggling to find skilled workers and offer considerable enticements. The idea was floated that they wouldn't headhunt each other's staff, but a deal was never signed.
It can be annoying, but we know it's a game of give and take. You might lose a good member of staff and then gain one.
As skilled staff are key to their survival, more than 100 firms here, including Esculap and Storz, got together to support the creation of a college in Tuttlingen as an offshoot of Furtwangen University. The firms provide funding of €2.5 million a year.
Esculap and Storz cooperate very nicely on this project. You might say the campus is a kind of neutral platform where they can work together.
There are almost 400 companies in Tuttlingen involved in medical technology. Insiders say consolidation is likely given the competition from China. Cooperation may soon be the name of the game.
It's a small, cheap component, and it's essential for industry, the resistor. Electrical resistance is essential in devices from light bulbs to power lines. A simple equation describing resistance was discovered by the physicist Georg Simon Ohm.
Resistance is useful. Electrical resistance, that is. It comes in the form of a small component that costs as little as 53 cents. Resistors put up with a lot and don't make a fuss. Without resistors, industry would grind to a halt. They're essential in all kinds of circuitry. They're found not only in laptops, washing machines, and loudspeakers, but also in wind turbines, power lines, even in bucket wheel excavators. The filament in an incandescent light bulb is a kind of resistor, one that generates both light and heat. Electrical resistance is a measure of opposition to the flow of electrons that move as a current through a conducting cable, driven by the voltage between positively and negatively charged poles. The magnitude of the current depends on the rate of electron flow. The thicker the conductor, the more electrons can pass in a given time. And what can tame the wild flow of current? A resistor. How much resistance it will put up can be easily calculated. The voltage, denoted as U and measured in volts or V, divided by the current I in amperes or A, gives the value of the resistance R. The unit is the ohm, symbolized by omega. This famous relation is known as Ohm's law. It's named after the German physicist Georg Simon Ohm. Where would we be without his discovery? In a state of constant short circuit. Without resistors, all of our cables, our steam irons, and televisions would start blowing their fuses. So, resistance is useful indeed.
Competition in the workplace is a healthy thing, as long as it stays productive. It's a thin line for management to keep competition alive without stifling cooperation. But sometimes things go wrong so badly that employees, for example, refuse to speak to each other, undermining productivity, creating toxic workplaces. Conflicts on the job can cost companies time, energy, and money. And that's the moment for the professional mediator.
Say you have a feeling that someone's looking to point a finger at you. Everything they do is designed to make you look bad. In situations like this, you're interpreting the other person's behavior and almost creating your own reality.
I don't know what to say. I can't work with this colleague. I can't talk to him.
Okay. It's not easy for you to be here because things have already gone so far. Do you feel the same?
Yes, I do.
So you don't want to be here, you'd rather be back in the office working.
My boss told me I had to take part.
Managers get in touch when they see there's a bad feeling, some sort of conflict in a team and something has to change. Or we might get a call because some colleagues have been at loggerheads for 2 years. People are leaving because they're affected by the conflict and they just can't take it anymore. My role here is to support you both equally. I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to help both of you reach an agreement that you're both happy with. We encourage people to take responsibility, and we trust that they can sort the problem out. We try to get to the root of the problem and figure out how the working relationship can be restored. People come here with intractable positions. When a conflict has been dragging on for months or even years, we're not going to be able to appeal to their better natures and resolve it in 10 minutes. We all want to be appreciated. We want relationships based on mutual trust and respect. When your colleague says, "I'd just like him to listen sometimes," what's your response to that?
It's the first time she said that. Whatever I say just gets ignored.
Okay.
Empathy is crucial. I try to tease out their feelings and expectations while the other person is listening. Sometimes you get these magic moments where one of them says, "Oh right, that's what you meant." And that's the moment where they can see the situation from a different point of view. And that's when I get goosebumps, because I can tell that the mood is shifting, things start to calm down, communication becomes more measured. They're less hostile, they can look one another in the eye. They leave with a plan. They've agreed on a specific new approach, for example. And as a positive side effect, they also learn new ways to cope with conflict and take that with them. They're more likely to seek one another out and talk things through than before they came to mediation.
Sometimes competition also erupts between different values. What is more important, clean energy or the preservation of a rare species of animals? In Germany's state of Lower Saxony, where heavily subsidized wind energy has become an important industry, a tiny bat is threatening the green business model of a wind energy provider.
A brisk wind is blowing across this field in northern Germany. Wilhelm Wilberts wants to show me where he'd like to set up a wind farm. 8 turbines would be enough to provide energy for a small town, but authorization was denied. The reason? Species conservation. What happened?
According to the German Nature Conservation Agency, the European golden plover is under threat. It's nearly died out in the state of Lower Saxony. The Conservation Agency believes the plover may return to the area, but there hasn't been a sighting in at least a decade.
A permit was granted for another field just a few hundred meters away. What's a wind farm like this worth?
I don't really like to talk about money. It spurs envy.
So it's good business.
The wind is so strong at this particular location that it's certainly worth the investment. It's generating decent profits for the people and property owners who have a stake in the operation.
But even greater profits could be made if the turbines could constantly turn. When night falls, however, the bats take to the skies, a rare species that has to be protected. Do you agree it's important to switch off at night for the bats?
Well, it's definitely not good for our business. The turbines have to be switched off for as much as 1,000 hours a year. That means they're standing still about 12% of the time.
Wilberts thinks conservationists in Germany are taking things a little too far.
You can't protect every bird. You have to protect the species. The focus should not be on individual animals that might fly into a turbine. Lots of birds are killed in traffic, but no one leaves their car parked in the garage as a result.
But if just one breeding pair of a species survives, then surely the birds or bats should be protected in order to protect the species. Or do you see things differently?
An old argument is used to justify protecting the bat, namely that there aren't many of them. But it's been our experience that there are bats in every wind farm, and that every wind farm has to shut down periodically because of bats. In other words, they're so numerous, it's ridiculous to claim every single one has to be protected.
Just the same, especially rare animals are given preferential treatment. Wind farmers dread one in particular.
Bechstein's bats have already cost us 3 turbines at another location. We weren't permitted to build them because a colony was settled there.
Conflicts like these divide the environmental movement because wind turbine manufacturers and operators consider themselves environmentalists too. Wilberts isn't giving up on the windy field and is even prepared to take the case to court. If the rare plover isn't spotted soon, there could be new wind turbines spinning here in the near future.
And that's it from me and the team here at Made in Germany. Hope you enjoyed the show.
My 3-year-old son likes watching as I make espresso. The dark, satiny coffee, the golden brown cream that swirls over. It's just coffee, of course, but it's also an amazing display of color. Color matters, whether in our food or in our clothing. It catches our eye and lodges in our memory. It evokes memories and emotions, and it makes us think differently about the products we see before us, even if we don't realize it. In other words, color has power, and it's our theme today on Made. Color plays a big role in business and in our environment. It sets the framework for how we see the world around us. It can also be a statement. Here in Berlin, there's hardly a square meter without graffiti on it. Not everyone likes it, and it is, well, illegal, but most would agree there's often an artistry to it and a carefully selected palette. We met a group of former sprayers who once worked illegally in public spaces and now work for businesses. They're still making colorful statements, but without the police on their tracks.
These days, he spray paints legally. In the past, Marco Bollenbach worked at night, surreptitiously spraying graffiti on building facades and subway trains. But that's all in the past.
A freshly painted subway train still does something for me. But if I went back to that now, I'd be half-hearted about it. I don't belong there anymore.
This is where he belongs now, the XI Design Agency. He set it up together with 2 friends from his graffiti days. They're making money with the skills they once learned on the street. But it's taken a while.
When we first started out, we almost had to share a single kebab between the 3 of us. But we stayed the course, and it paid off.
We just focused on what we do best and chose locations in the city where other people would notice our work. Then they started asking us whether we could paint for them.
The agency specializes in large format murals that grace the side of buildings. Companies like Spotify and Mercedes are keen on this kind of colorful advertising that grabs people's attention. But the guys are particular about who they work with.
It has to be something we can back. It's important to us to have a good vibe with the company. Because we need some kind of input or spark from them to light a firework. Otherwise, you end up with something harmless. And that's not what we want.
The agency works with a network of artists. It rents the walls directly from the house owner and then transforms them into one huge ad. The team produces around 60 of these murals each year. So business is going well. But what do non-commercial street artists think of it?
There has been a little bit of criticism from people who think we've sold our souls, but they don't have any idea what they're talking about.
Our medium is the spray can, the same as what graffiti artists use, but that's the only thing that links us with them. We paint colorful pictures that really have nothing more to do with graffiti.
But they haven't entirely forgotten their roots. They're now investing in street art. One project involved a former bank. Before the building was demolished, the agency invited street artists to paint the walls and then opened it for the public.
We were artists who became entrepreneurs to be artists again.
Last year, they invited artists from around the world to let rip on walls they'd rented all over Berlin to brighten up the German capital.
We associate colors with how we feel. We're green with envy, We see red when angry, and of course when we're sad, we're blue. Colors speak to us, and they can also repel us. Product designers know this, and they use it to their advantage. Have you ever purchased the wrong size shirt or dress just because you like the color? I know I have. Andreas Neuhaus explains what colors do to us and what's behind it.
It's said that colors influence our mental state. Green has a calming effect. Red boosts attraction, but also alerts us. Blue inspires trust. The corporate world uses these insights to increase the allure of their products. Most pigments are cheap these days, unlike in times past. At least 6,000 years ago, humans started to mine lapis lazuli, the source of ultramarine, the most exquisite of blue pigments. It's always been a luxury good. Cleopatra is said to have used it as eyeshadow. The death mask of Tutankhamun has inlays of lapis. The ancient world was crazy for blue pigments. New trade routes emerged, precursors of the Silk Road and motors of early globalization. Another highly prized pigment was Tyrian purple, discovered by the Phoenicians. Making it involved extracting a mucus secretion from sea snails. It reportedly took 250,000 of them to dye one garment. In ancient Rome, Emperor Nero banned purple clothing for anyone but himself on pain of death. Fancy pigments fell out of favor in Europe after the Roman Empire collapsed, before making a comeback. Though food was scarce around 800, Charlemagne ordered the cultivation of plants that yielded pigments. That contributed to an economic upswing, as towns with textile dyeing workshops flourished. The greatest advance was the creation of the first synthetic dye, Movine, by British chemist William Henry Perkin in 1856. His accidental discovery formed the basis for a new chemical industry and eventually for the pharmaceutical industry. Aniline dyes were soon dominated by 3 German companies. At the turn of the 20th century, they manufactured 90% of all synthetic pigments worldwide. They made more than 1 million shades. As prices tumbled, pretty colors became affordable for ordinary people. While a huge range of hues is available nowadays, a lot of people only choose clothes in the shades favored by the current global fashion trends.
Color is also a big part of the auto industry. Spend a small fortune on your new car, and you want it to be just right. That means designers need to get it right first. They need to find out what colors people are already buying and what they don't know yet that they'll like. Our own Milto Schmidt took a look at the streets of Berlin, where the palette is, well, muted.
Gray, black, black, gray. Okay, white and silver. That's it for today's car colors. Boring. Why? Why? But there are alternatives, like the ones Mark Gutjahr develops. He's a color designer at BASF. The chemical giant is one of the world's leading automotive paint suppliers.
Silver has been dethroned. Silver was the tech color in the 2000s, but then we saw a shift to white, after which the gray zone grew because it's a very neutral area. Anyone can wear it.
Like a suit.
Yes, you can always wear a gray suit. A colored one is more of a statement. What we don't do is fleeting fashion. The product's lifespan is too long for that.
Car colors have to still look nice a decade later. What about blue-gray or a pure blue? A team of 10 designers is working on it, but it can take years for their ideas to translate into products in agreement with car makers.
We work together with car designers on the future of the surface color. We talk about how we can show that a car is completely connected, part of a digital network. How can we express that with the exterior color? The basic idea was digitalization. We have this plain gray, a colorless area without any other shades, and over that we put something like light, like LED lighting. It's a digital light that you can only see from certain angles, that disappears from other angles. That is this on and off theme. I turn it on or off. It's the digital on-off tool.
Are cars so unexciting all over the world? Restrained colors are indeed still fashionable. Just look at this parking lot in Japan, where every other car is white. There, it's considered a sign of purity. What happened to all those gaudy colors, like this US model from the 1970s? BASF does a nice little niche business with vintage cars. With the help of a special scanner, the exact tone can be identified and then reproduced.
Lots of customers send in paintwork samples, fuel cap covers from motorcycles or old cars, and the challenge is to find and to manufacture the corresponding shade for these vehicles.
Does it usually work?
I'd say we match the shade 99% of the time, even if it's vintage.
BASF says intense blue hues might be the next big thing. First, any new colors have to pass a range of tests in the lab. The German company puts a lot of effort into development. Half of all new cars worldwide have at least one layer of BASF paint. This one is reportedly very easy to apply.
We have to be sure that the car body will still have a high-quality look after 10 years. That's a major goal.
That's why the newly developed paints are taken to Florida in the US, where they are exposed to intense sunlight for 2 years. An outdoor UV test. Once the test panels are sent back to Germany, they are bombarded with stone chips to test the paint's impact resistance. So far, so good. Then tape is applied to and ripped off the damaged spots. If the samples have no further major loss of paint, they have passed the adhesion test. But does BASF dare to vary its colors in a radical way? I am told it's a matter of nuances. A major change could flop in a major way, so the company prefers to play it safe.
We have a nice red here on the right, a standard in today's automobile paints, a nice special effect red color. And here we have a new red, a so-called tri-coat paint, which is highly chromatic with a great color depth. And an effect that jumps out at you. You can really feel it.
Red or blue, bright hues will probably remain the exception for some time to come. Too bad. Splashes of color would liven up traffic. But in the car industry, it seems that the boring coating colors sell better, both in new and used models.
And companies don't just employ colors for their products and advertising. Sometimes they become the color itself, synonymous with a particular shade and tone. And when that happens, they become very protective over it. When another company takes up the same color, legal disputes often follow. We took a look at two well-known companies that have been fighting for years over product design. Both claim a particular shade of dark blue. Check it out.
Nivea Blue is the face of the brand. It has stood for its values since 1925. Trust, closeness, and care. This kind of mental association, a certain color, a particular product, is of real importance to the manufacturer. Marketing expert Arndt Ziesche says the value of a brand has everything to do with the positive attitude of consumers.
As regards Nivea, you couldn't put a number on what it's worth. You could say it's billions or millions. The point is that a brand is a social phenomenon with commercial, economic implications, and not the other way around. Nivea is a social phenomenon, as is the association with a certain shade of blue and white lettering. That's what we call an asset, or brand equity, though it's hard to quantify.
Dann haben Sie ein neudeutsch Asset im Markt, das in Millionen nicht aufzuwiegen ist.
At the Nivea flagship store in Hamburg, you can acquire not only skin and hair care products, but unrelated things as well. What they all have in common is that they're all the brand's shade of blue.
The great thing about such brands is that they didn't simply emerge out of nothing or thanks to advertisements. Advertising and marketing can provide support, but the key thing was the strategic decision to stick with blue. Even if people say the in-color these days is green, we remain blue. That kind of thing is behind all the great brands. They've managed continuity in the market.
Sticking to its colors may have paid off for Nivea, but other enterprises have chosen change. Deutsche Telekom, for example. For many years, it was part of the Deutsche Post, which sports yellow. Alexander Engelhardt does brand management for Deutsche Telekom. It was spun off when the state monopoly was privatized in 1996. The Telekom's company then switched to Magenta.
Deutsche Telekom made a point of distinguishing itself from Deutsche Post and its characteristic yellow. It aimed to find a color that worked for it in its own right.
The company's ads feature lots of magenta. The hue is now central to the brand around the world. It has registered trademarks for the color with respect to certain product groups in many countries. If a competitor tries to use magenta, Telekom's lawyers go after it.
We have to defend our right to the color. If we hear of any firm using it in a product group for which we've registered our trademarks, we tell it to stop. If it doesn't comply, it'll be a matter for the courts. We have dozens of cases involving the issue every year. We have 5 people in our legal department who only deal with protecting our trademark color.
Competitor Mobilcom, for example, dared to use the color and lost when Telekom sued. Trademark holders take infractions seriously.
If a firm manages to establish an association with a certain color in the mind of the public, it has to do whatever it can to defend its sole right to it. That's what branding is about. It has to do so, even if the media deride it as pathetic or laughable. Defending a brand isn't always very pleasant, but it certainly makes sense, because it's actually important for the business.
Company colors are an asset worth protecting. The more a firm expands into other countries, the more likely it is to encounter others with the same or similar livery. Like Spain's Banco Santander, which lost a legal battle in Germany against Sparkassen savings banks involving their hue of red. But back to Nivea. The company behind the brand, Beiersdorf, has been in a decade-long dispute with Unilever over its blue. Among the legal issues are whether a color alone can be a brand or only in association with, say, a logo or a name. Neither company wanted to talk to us about the proceedings. Since Nivea seeks to promote well-being, it probably doesn't want customers, whether at its flagship store or around the world, to be thinking about legal conflicts when they see the blue at the heart of the dispute.
Which colors are most attractive to customers? Businesses don't want to leave that to chance, spending piles of money to better understand how consumers perceive different colors and what exactly triggers an emotional response. Researchers, or color experts, are commissioned to find the most attractive shades of red or green or yellow. The idea? Create a feeling with color and then use that feeling to sell your product. But it's not always as straightforward as you might think. Here's our reporter Anna Sacco on the power of color.
What color is this dress? In 2015, the question went viral on social media. Some saw the dress as blue and black, others as white and gold. It actually led to new research into our perception of colors. Industry has long recognized the power of color, but what's actually behind it? The human eye can distinguish as many as 10 million shades of color, but color's not so much a tangible thing as a matter of perception. We experience a color when incoming light strikes light-sensitive cells in our eyes that send the information to the brain. The brain, in turn, interprets the light as a particular color. So in that sense, colors are created in our head. And they're also closely linked to emotions. Psychologist Heiko Hecht conducted an experiment to see if certain colors could motivate us to spend money on a bottle of wine.
We took the same wine in each case. We had a big group of test candidates sample the wine in a room with red lighting and another group with green lighting. It made a huge difference.
The candidates with the green lighting found the wine more acidic and not so attractive, while the group under red light found the wine appealing, mellow, and delicious. They said they'd be prepared to spend €1 more on a bottle of the wine. Wine dyed red, possibly because it's associated with ripe fruit, is known to give an enhanced impression of sweetness. But what wasn't previously known is that red ambient lighting alone can influence our perception of taste. But can the color of ambient light affect our concentration and performance, as some light bulb companies have claimed, for example? Heiko Hecht put that to the test, too. Test persons were selected and placed at random in rooms with different color lighting. They were each asked to complete the same math and language exercises, but the results were all similar. In this case, red lighting made no difference. So what caused the wine effect?
It seems to be something which is, in part, conveyed through our emotions and is relatively short-term. Suddenly everything is bathed in red, which creates a particular mood, which we in turn even project onto the wine. But if I get school children to complete a test, sitting the whole time in red lighting, their perception adapts relatively quickly, so that they no longer notice the red light.
The brain simply adapts to its surroundings and begins to blank out the colors. The whole thing happens quite unconsciously. And ambient lighting might also account for the dress. It was blue and black, yet most saw it as white and gold. Some neuroscientists suggest people made unconscious assumptions about how the dress was illuminated. So if you're aware of the complex effects of color, you can deploy them deliberately. And that's where it gets interesting for businesses.
And also for Christina Kubas. She's thinking about children's toys specifically, and the outsized role color plays there. Two colors, more precisely, whose roles were assigned long ago and whose significance is long outdated. Here are Christina's thoughts.
How much do you spend on toys for your children? I spend way too much. Do you realize that we're supporting one of the world's most sexist industries? More than 70 billion euros. That's how much people around the world spend on toys every year. I'm not talking just about money, but about something much more important. Nowhere are gender stereotypes more blatant than in the world of children. It starts as soon as they're born, pink for girls, blue for boys. Two colors for two genders that determine children's futures as well. The toy industry puts these two colors to their advantage. Most boys would not ride their sister's pink bicycles, so parents often end up buying two of everything. That's just one example. Look at all the other toys. For boys, balls, spaceships, and robots. So they dream of being athletes, astronauts, and engineers. Girls, by contrast, get dolls and cooking utensils to turn them into obedient little princesses, always ready to serve and care for others.
Can I help you?
You see, the perfect secretary, the perfect nurse, the perfect housewife. Toy companies are partly to blame for this, but we, the parents, are also responsible. We all have to take the problem seriously. TV, the ad industry, society, before it's too late. Before we have to ask ourselves, why so few girls study computer science and engineering? Perhaps because they never dreamed they could. Toys are not just toys, so get rid of the pink and the blue. Let kids play with toys that stimulate their imagination. Simple, gender-neutral toys, like this. I didn't manage that with my children. What about you?
And here at MADE, we also put a lot of thought into color. As you can see with a look around the studio, our design has changed throughout the years. Here's what it looked like at the beginning. Lots of green, that was our business department color at the time. Then came red, a bright red with clear, sharp lines. And of course, this is how it looks today. After a revamp, we're even more colorful and of course super digital, like the economy of the future. Take a closer look, it's worth it. And please tune in next week. Take care.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So I started skating and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this unicycling thing. So I was like, what is this stupid thing, this one tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this unicycling of a thing. When I was doing it alone then, you know, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this in cycle, so our coach used to feed us.
starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they are like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what was it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. And like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid. Like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know if the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, he should not break leg, he should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, you go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this team money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell you that we really have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
For a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue. Like, we need a proper academy. We need funds. Like, we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition, but there is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like, for example, in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó máa ń lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólú. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípàánù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Ajib tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́. Ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wọn wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nànà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Ìyẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o. Tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture, upholsterer, welder, oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí ń ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn. Àti pákó, plywood, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù, cement, kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó, gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé. Àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà. 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ. Àpọ̀ lórí ti environmental tó sọ wà á rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental láago 7. A parí ẹ̀ láago 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run. Tá a bá dúró láago 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà. Environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́. So mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà. Ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10. Kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀. Bọ́jà wa yìí ṣe tó yẹ àti bó ṣe rí yìí ó lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwà kíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí nítorí bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ àdẹ̀ṣe a lè dẹ́ lómi ìlẹ́jọ́ pé òkè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó máa ń tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn òun lọ́nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbọ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pè nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pè nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tọ́ra jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ ń fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ń bí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi bọ́ọ̀dù plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wáyé ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wọ́n ń produce sales wọn ọjà tán tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi wẹ́n tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of. We get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara. We have Mazonia. We have teak. We have Abora. We have Idigbo. We have Eku. And so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that is even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, it's done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn. Ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. Tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́ sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn amọ̀mọ̀ wa sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe. Irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán, ibi náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn, èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí, èyí tí ò ráyè, bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí. ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ́rọ̀ ṣẹ́rì ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dá déhùn wa ni kò máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táǹwì gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọ̀nyí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti mú ná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ á tó bí àwọn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ́bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà tí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ́ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ́ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Lagos is home to many. But before you think of making Lagos your home, I'm sure you must have heard things about housing in Lagos. Things like housing is expensive, how landlords are gender and tribe biased. Different stories really ranging from funny to just sheer unbelievable.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two.
You know, some landlord, they can be something else.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on?
My name is Akunna Iyama, and my experience is quite, what will I say? I don't even know how to explain it. It was quite interesting. Let me just use the word, to say the least. As a matter of fact, it was also pretty annoying, and I had to start saying in 2022, I'm surprised that people still have like this mindset.
Housing in Lagos is, I would say, divided into different categories. Like they have the eyebrow area, you have the should I say. I don't know, maybe shanties or trenches or, whichever way you want to describe it. But I think if you have the right set of, the amount of money, you know where to stay. And if you're struggling, you know where to stay. And if you don't really have, you know where to stay. So Lagos, I commend it to everybody. But at the long run, it is expensive, whichever category you pick.
When you're looking for an apartment in Lagos, you have to dira, like the Yoruba will say. You have to be very, very intelligent. You have to be very smart.
First things first, let me just say that Lagos, what they sell here is location and proximity to anywhere, as opposed to a good house. They have terrible spaces.
The house agents that are trying to get you an apartment, they know where the good house is, but they will not take you. Agent, God, what did they don't show me? The place I'm staying, Lekki, now the guy told me it's Ocean View now. And that's why it's expensive. I said, where is the ocean? He said, no way it will come. So my brother, 2 months, I can't expect ocean. I don't say I rain.
First thing that comes to my mind is, the high cost of housing in Lagos, which I think is ridiculous. And Lagosians, as a matter of fact, if you take out, the issue of rent, from our hustle, from our savings, from what we earn, from our income, I think a lot of Lagosians will be living well and they'll be doing well as well.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two. I'm not blaming the landlord. The materials are too expensive. The house we are paying for 100,000 now is 200,000-300,000.
Landlord themselves are human beings. The cost of all the materials very, very expensive these days. And what would you expect if you have to be in their shoes? You surely increase the what is it called? The rents.
See, make an even like give now. They are overrated. I don't know why they're so expensive like that. See, a house you can get for like 1.something million in Lagos. You can get it for like 400 and 500 and something thousand in Delta State, another part of the country. But I don't know why it's so high in Lagos. I don't see the hype. I don't understand.
A bag of cement is going at about 4,800. So you don't expect landlord when things are from here to Alausa used to be 100 naira, but now it's 300 naira. So you don't expect a landlord that will not put a rent in his house. Maybe that landlord depends on the house rent. So things are going up. But what I'm pleading for a landlord, if they are increasing their house rent, they should think about a way so it can favor the tenant. Because the tenant too, they are receiving the same punishment.
Like you may pay this year so amount, next year the landlord will just come up without any pre-information. Will not tell you that I rent this year so amount. And it's a business. You have to plan yourself well so that it will not affect you.
Some of them are professional about it. Because like my own landlord, if he wants to do anything like that, he gets to us through his lawyer, through his legal department, and they send letter prior to that if they want to do any increment. So they don't just come suddenly and say they want to increase rent.
Some Lagos landlords are quite tribalistic, and they are particularly tribalistic towards Igbo people. So once they hear, oh, we don't want any Igbo person here, what's your name? And you say your name, no, we're not looking for an Igbo person in this house because I'm Igbo. So I know I've had first-hand experience of it. Say, no, we don't want an Igbo person. Last person that was here was Igbo, and the person did this and the person did that, so we don't want that.
Some landlord, precisely, maybe based on their previous experience with the tribe or people that had occupied the property, they don't want to fall victim of, when you're a victim the first time, you have to be very careful. So yes, most of the landlords consider that. I have never had a landlord that's considered that as an option, but I hear and I also read newspapers.
Even not just tribal, religious at times. You see some Muslim landlords, they don't want Christians. You see some Christian landlords, they don't want Muslims. You understand? I've seen a landlord, he said he only wants transgender. I've never seen such in my life before. You understand? So I think tribalism occurs because landlords at times, they feel they can relate with tenants better if they speak the same dialect.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on? Like, you have visitors on certain type of days. If you are single, you're not allowed to bring women. If you're a single lady, you're not allowed to bring men. It has to be one particular person. I don't understand. Like, who gives such a rule? How do you tell a lady, she's looking for a husband, she needs suitors, and you're telling her to stick with one because of what? Because she lives in your apartment, or in some cases they'll tell you a lady has to be married before an apartment can be given to them.
On one of my ordeals, I was like, okay, I'm looking for a place. I spoke to an agent, and he was like, Dante, sorry, how old are you? I said, why? That's a personal question. Why are you asking me my age? He said that because the landlord said he doesn't want any single lady. If he wants any single person, he can even maybe take a single guy.
The reason why houses are expensive, I would say, number one, because of greed of some landlords. Agents. Because if you get an house of 2 million naira now, you pay agency of 200K. And the guy's friend, probably the agent's friend, just gave out an apartment of 5 million naira. His commission, agency fee, 10% is 500K. You can see. So at times, agents will convince landlords that, this house is too fine for 2.5 million. It's too fine. You're supposed to bring it. See, they will convince landlord, I can get someone that will pay 4 million for this place. It's not like they're trying to do the landlord a favor. They're trying to do themselves that increment of agency.
The reason why there is high cost of houses there in Lagos is a lot of factors. One is inflation. Like a normal developer will say, every day the cost of materials increase. Like if he buys rods of, let's say, 5 naira today, by the time he goes to the market next week, it's about 20 naira.
So imagine you're trying to get an apartment of 400,000 and the agents are telling you that, okay, for the house of 400,000, you're going to pay agency and agreement 100,000, you're going to pay commission 100,000, and then you pay caution 100,000, and then you pay service charge maybe 75,000. How much is that? That's already 375,000 on top of a house of 400,000. So these are the issues that one basically faces in Lagos State.
Lagos, as home to all, must indeed house all. And for that to happen, all stakeholders must work hand in hand to make this huge housing deficit a thing of the past.
A very good morning to you. You're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, it's Tuesday, the 16th of January, 2022.
Yeah, very good morning to you. Welcome. And we sincerely apologize for beginning a little bit late. It was due to circumstances beyond our control. But we are here now. We're going to make the best of today. And today is special in so many fronts, or on so many fronts. It's my baby girl's birthday.
Yay! That's what I had to say. It's Tuesday, the 16th of January.
Yeah, happy birthday, dear girl.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
birthday.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I do hope that you will have the direction of God, the protection of God, the
Amen.
provisions from God, and everything
Amen.
that you need to make this new year for you a very, very beautiful one.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Happy
I mean,
birthday.
I'm really happy. Today's my birthday, so celebration of life, really. How far I've come, and I'm just grateful. I'm ready to take on the next chapter to see what it holds, and we just keep going. We'll never stop, and I'm grateful to everyone, even here at Plus TV. I mean, you guys show me so much love, which is great. I came this morning and everyone, well, you showed me a lot of love. I came this morning and everyone's like, oh, happy birthday. I'm like, yes, I feel special.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you all so much.
Okay, we thank God for small mercies. Today was supposed to be like one of my saddest days because I lost a very close friend. We started out together in CRBC, that's the Cross River Broadcasting Corporation, radio and television. Yesterday, she had an accident in Abuja. She used to work with, she was working with Nigeria Info, and a car hit her from behind, and then she rammed into a truck, and that was the end, Airport Road in Abuja. So this is saying, God rest your soul, Deborah Ndifon, now known as Deborah Ohamara, because she was married later on and had 3 lovely kids that she has now left behind. So may the family have the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss.
Yeah, may his soul rest in peace.
Amen.
All right.
Okay, since the time is fast spent, we just go to the top trending and swiftly as possible do some justice to it.
Okay, but first, let's take our quote for the day because, I mean, it's Tuesday. So let's see something about technology. The human spirit must prevail over technology, and that is from Albert Einstein.
Einstein saw this a long time ago, and he knows, or he knew that at some point maybe humanity will go down, and people will rely more on technology and all that. And there's already warning that AI is coming to destroy a lot of things, and we hope that that will not be the case. But if that happens, maybe our civilization as we know it today may be destroyed and man will have to start afresh. As some theorists have said, that there may have been a civilization once and then people decided on their own to destroy it because it was destroying them. I hope it never happens to us.
Oh, yeah. So with that being said, the human spirit must always prevail. I mean, we had a guest the other time that kind of hinted on the fact that we all just rely on technology. Everyone is on their phone. If someone is dying here, everyone is picking up their phones. Nobody wants to do anything anymore. Most times people are even using AI to get everything that they can. And, it kind of loses the sense of who you are because it's technology and most times it's computer generated. It doesn't have that feeling that you do as a human being. So that's why the human spirit must just prevail over technology.
It means as technology becomes smarter, the humans are getting less smarter because you have less to do. You're not tasking your brain anymore.
Yes.
So just the few people that develop the technology are the ones that are tasking their brains to do that, and then you keep becoming less of a human because you need to use your brain, you need to use your legs, you exercise your body and everything. So technology. Okay.
All right, let's go to our top trending story. So the first one is Tinubu not worried about Japa syndrome, promises more trained experts. President Bola Tinubu on Monday assured Nigerians not to be bothered about the mass exodus of skilled workers from the country, assuring the citizens that the federal government, in collaboration with subnationals, will train more persons to fill the professional gaps now conspicuous in health, tech, and other sectors. The president spoke in Owerri, the Imo State capital, during the second term inauguration of Governor Hope Uzodinma. Addressing the people of the state shortly after the governor took the oath of office, Tinubu said the education of children and youth is a priority for the administration of the ruling All Progressive Congress. He spoke of a priority in industrialization as well as more allocation and more attention to healthcare. Don't worry about what you're hearing in quotes about the Japa syndrome. We will train more people and we will supply themselves. He said, the president also assured the people of the Southeast that the peace you're enjoying here will be better and we will work more to achieve that peace. Japa, a colloquial for the immigration phenomenon that hit Nigeria hard since the COVID-19 pandemic, has caused the unprecedented shortage of skilled manpower in many sectors, especially the health sector, which contends with the myriad issues like poor pay and welfare package. The United Kingdom, the United States, and Canada are top destinations for Nigerian youths who are relocating in pursuit of better education, employment, security purposes, among other reasons. With Nigerians' unemployment rate at a new record high of 33.3%, the mass exodus known as the Japa phenomenon is in full swing.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. I'm supposed to be happy about it, but I really am sad because it's a terrible thing to say from the president. People are leaving, and you're not talking about the reason they are leaving. You're talking about training more people. So Nigeria becomes a nursery to train people and they leave, because once you train them and the conditions are not right, they just leave.
Leave as well.
So what happens to the money you're spending on those people? Are you getting it back or something? Why are you not concerned about the reasons why they're leaving?
I think the first thing is, I think that statement was quite insensitive.
It was.
Because these Nigerians, they don't want to leave. I don't think any Nigerian would want to leave if they had a good economy, if the nation was better for them. They're only leaving because they're in search of greener pastures. So if you're saying that, don't worry about it, the fact that people are leaving, what does that say? So you're telling everyone, oh, you can up and leave.
Yeah,
and we don't even care. So that means even this economy might not be better. We'll train more people. Those people, it will turn into a cycle. Those people will up and leave again.
How many people are they even training with the cost of education
What are they even training in? What are the trainings in?
It's terrible. And then he went to Imo State, which is like one of the most volatile states in the Southeast, and said, this peace you are enjoying now. What peace are they enjoying? If you talk about kidnappings and killings in the Southeast, you find them mostly in Imo State, where people are also saying maybe it's because the governor has a hand in it or something. They are even accusing that same governor that was inaugurated yesterday. And you're saying they are enjoying peace. Why not say the peace you have not seen now? We are working towards making sure you have that peace. And you say you are enjoying peace. What peace are they enjoying? I think our leaders should be more sensitive to people. Or maybe another thing, possibility,
or is it that maybe he's oblivious of
maybe they don't tell him the real thing that is happening,
going
because
on.
he can't read all the newspapers.
Yes. So maybe he's oblivious to the fact that, all of these things. But really, I think if you're the owner of the affairs, you should know what's going on in every state.
A practical example. My brother works with the governor back in my state, and he works in the library. And what they do is every day they carry the newspapers that are available and circle the things that they feel are relevant to the governor. Those are the only things he will read, because he has no time to read everything. Commissioners are coming here, special advisors are coming here. He may not even have time to go to but they will tell him these are the important things, read them. So this is what happens in the presidency as well. They tell him what they think he should see. And he may not have the opportunity to see everything else.
I mean, I know in the UK, the Queen, for instance, she gets a box. Like when she was alive, she gets a box, and that box states everything that is going on. So all the important things, she opens the box. There are memos and letters.
But you see, the important things according to the people who are packaging the boxes. That's the thing. So they will feel this is what the president should know.
Needs to know.
Yes. They are the ones that determine what is important, not the president. So sometimes when, like Buhari was coming out to say, I'm not aware, there's a possibility he's not aware.
Maybe he's being honest.
So, well,
Yeah, please just be more sensitive. And I don't think you should tell Nigerians
That
all the
you
ones that
can
are
go.
moving,
You
they
can
can go. We'll train more workers. No, we want Nigerians to stay. We don't want to train them and they leave. We want Nigeria to flourish. So we need these people as well. Everyone is needed. Everyone is required to be
There was
here.
this funny video where someone was lamenting that, see, now I had to leave my country where I can eat fufu as I like, to a country where I have to eat grass like a cow. What he was missing was just the food. And there are people like that. You feel that is a small thing. And there were people were saying, conditions are still better for you. If you don't like it, come back home. It's not as easy as that.
It's not as easy because relocating is not easy. You have to start from ground zero.
Well, Rivers Assembly to rescreen 9 commissioners who resigned from Fubara's cabinet is our next top trending. The Rivers State House of Assembly, led by Right Honorable Martin Amawale, has invited for screening the 9 commissioners who resigned their positions last time. This was contained in a Monday statement by the clerk of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Emeka Amadi. Recall that part of the 8-point peace agenda signed by Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State and FCT Minister Nyesom Wike included the reappointment of the commissioners who resigned. And in a statement, the Rivers State House of Assembly invited the commissioner nominees for screening and confirmation as members of the Rivers State Executive Council. I don't even need to get to the end of that news. That means the 8-point agenda is being implemented, sometimes against the constitution or against the laid down rules of the service. And I don't know how that's going to work. And nobody is saying anything or taking practical action. I don't know. River State, good luck. Nigeria, good luck.
I don't even think we want to dwell on this story. River State, good luck.
You do good luck. That's the main thing.
Yeah. All right, let's move over to our final top trending story. It says CBN to move some of its departments from Abuja to Lagos. The Central Bank of Nigeria is set to transfer some of its departments to the nation's first capital territory and the country's economic hub, Lagos State. This was announced in an internal memo which read that this is to notify all members at the CBN head office that we have initiated a decongestion action plan designed to optimize the operational environment of the bank. While the move is supposedly to decongest the Apex Bank's head office located in the Federal Capital Territory, there are reportedly some staff of the bank who are resistant to the transfer and claim that it was motivated by tribal sentiment. However, according to the memo, the initiative aims to ensure compliance with building safety standards and enhance the efficient utilization of their office space. This is in line with the fact that the head office building is currently has an occupancy of 4,233, which according to the memo significantly exceeds the optimal capacity of 2,700 designed for it. The memo further stated that the action is necessitated by several factors, including the need to align the bank structure with its functions and objectives, redistribute skills to ensure a more even geographical spread of talent, and comply with building regulations as indicated by repeated warnings from the facility manager and the findings recommendations of the Committee on Decongestion of the CBN head office. The move will see 1,533 staff move to other CBN facilities within Abuja, Lagos, and understaffed branches, optimizing the utilization of other banks' premises. The department slated for relocation by the CBN Governor, Yemi Kadoso, are banking supervision, other financial institutions supervision, consumer protection, payment system management, and financial policy regulations department.
You want me to say something about
Yes, I want you to say something.
Well, I don't know. Is there no land in Abuja to build more?
Like an annex building?
Yes, for that. I don't know. We are already congested in Lagos State. Why are you bringing?
Now more people are going to move here.
Yeah, so I don't see that as a very, very good excuse. There are CBN branches all over the nation, yes, but the people who are supposed to be in the headquarters to do the things of the headquarters can still be in the headquarters in Abuja if the land is not much where you have your headquarters, build somewhere else and leave it there.
There's a mass land in Abuja.
And then the timing is terrible. I saw the story and I saw the comments under the story, and some of them were like, yes, it has to come close to the president. It has to come close to Bodilon and so on. things like that, you might see them like, these people have no information. They are illiterates. They don't know anything that is going on in the country and all that. But things like that can make the polity flare up, can make the polity very volatile, because people are reasoning differently from how you're reasoning. So the timing is maybe a little bit off, and then the excuse that is being given may not be seen by a lot of people as being a very tangible excuse.
Yeah, some people even said it was tribal sentiments.
Yeah.
So bringing it to Lagos is more
so the
tribal
CBN
sentiments.
governor is from Southwest. You're bringing parts of the CBN to the Southwest.
But what is the aim? What is the aim if it was actual tribal sentiments? What is the, like, does that mean they have more power?
How is it going to improve the services of CBN by moving some to Lagos and all that?
That's a good question.
So you have the money, you have the wherewithal to build more houses if that's the case, to move your people there and all that. Let it, so that whatever is going to be done, if it needs physical appearance and all that needs to be done in the headquarters, they can always move to do it within Abuja. We don't need people.
And then just
since
there are understaffed branches, just transfer people to those ones.
Yeah.
Simple.
Don't just say we're moving some to departments to Lagos. Maybe there's the headline that misled us, but I don't see any reason why anybody has to move from Abuja because of accommodation. I don't see any.
There's even more accommodation in Abuja. There are more
spaces in Abuja than Lagos. So
much land. Anyways, let's go on a quick break. When we return, we'll be looking at what the national dailies are saying this morning. But first, let's look at the weather. Stay with us.
True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we celebrate Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country.
It's uniquely different from every other TV program. Why? Because it's a celebration of Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, who have achieved in their various fields. A celebration of patriotism, hard work, role models. It's all about Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. My name is Zaki Adze. Join me every Thursday, 9 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. on this station to celebrate true Nigerians, heroes of our time.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now, we want to see what the national dailies are saying this morning in Off the Press. Joining us to review the papers is Chris Kehinde Wandu, and is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, but is joining us here from Lagos State. Good morning, Mr. Chris. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to start with The Guardian, and the first headline here says 2024 oil production, federal government strained to meet 650 million barrels target over crude-backed loans. What is your take on this one?
I've said the time number that it take us some time to be able to meet our target of oil production in the country. So many reasons. One being the level of retail across the Niger Delta, which has been reduced drastically anyway, with the contracting of the Tombolo firm that was contracted by the federal government to be able to curb the large stolen crude oil within the Niger Delta. I recall that just recently, just last week, another large vessel was arrested and apprehended by that. Also, our security agencies seem to be up and doing now, unlike what we had when we were collaborating with oil thieves. Investigation for the oil companies in that they are also up in arms with this thief now to be able to make sure that this is reduced. So that will this effect are able to chop up our oil production within the Niger Delta. And thirdly is the fact that even we are finding it difficult to meet our allocated quota daily quota, which I think is about 1.6 million per day.
Yeah.
At the point it was as low only about between 800,000 to 900,000 beds. So the issue of the payback loans seems to be another issue. So we will continue to move as we are doing. But good news is that the price of oil, the Brent pool, which is the Nigerian crude oil, like that we export the Brent crude. The price is going up for one reason. The war between the Israelis and Hamas seems to be a kind of positive distinction for Nigeria. Secondly, the attack by the Houthis on the Red Sea on ships has also shot up the price of crude oil across the globe. Although the United States, the United Kingdom, and most of its allies are trying as much as possible to make sure that the Houthis don't have the capacity to be able to attack any ship presently. But I don't think they've succeeded, because with this attack, all that happens is that the freight of goods and services too far out that normally make the rest of the world to Europe. That takes about just about 16 days. Minimum takes over 1 month, because they have to go through the other route which passes through Africa. So that's how it goes. But time and time I will also say that we cannot be able to meet our targets in terms of being able to meet our targets in terms of able to finance our projects as it is. If we continue to depend solely on one product, which is the crude oil, that will be diversified. Look at other areas like agriculture, technology, the mining sector, and rest of them. So that's why we keep exporting and be able to spend more. So that's what it is for now. So I think that sign up for it.
Okay. So I'm just looking at this. In October, we had about 1.35 million barrel per day being produced, and it dropped to 1.25 in December. Now, if we're saying that they're even struggling with about 650, then what does that say? Are we going to keep seeing a decline, because we went from 1.3 to 1.25 and now 650, which it says is the lowest in decades? What does that even mean for Nigeria, especially for the fact that, this is one of our biggest, in fact, it is our biggest export?
I'll say it, from my office, I say that the major problem that is for Intel, and without this so policy way to be able to incorporate. Those that see these people are not people like you and I, they are well established. And I continue to find that the federal government cannot be able to apprehend and manage. What we have been doing is just pocket of arrest, destruction of some oil modular refineries in the Nigeria Delta. But I cannot believe, and I don't believe that security agencies and the federal government don't believe. There are some big boys that are into this. The federal government know them. Those in government know them. It's either they are trying to name them, or some officials within the government are conniving with them to be able to perpetrate this illegal acts. But until we continue to arrest, shame, and name some of these people and their foreign collaborators, we continue to find ourselves where we are. The other thing at the point is that they know and they're able to know certain individuals and that have been perpetrating this event, how many people have been named. The same thing extends to the issue of insecurity in the land. Remember when we were talking about Boko Haram attacks and the people being arrested, how many of them have been prosecuted? Once we make example of people through the law and make sure that we bring them to justice, then those that they are getting all this kind of illegal act will continue to do what they're doing, because they know that nothing will happen to them.
My concern is on the fact that now that the crude is going higher, we also have a correspondent cost of bringing in petrol into the country, because we do not produce here. A Dangote refinery has not started, even though it's collecting crude. Yeah. The NNPCL is only now shopping for investors. In fact, another headline in another story said, in another newspaper said that it has opened the bid to privatize the Port Harcourt refinery, which we were told is ready and will start producing and all that. They are only now shopping for investors or trying to privatize the thing. So do you really think it's good news for us that the crude oil is getting high in the market? Will we gain more now that it's higher, because we will spend more also bringing the petrol back into the country since we don't have a working refinery?
Well, the Dangote refinery are to take in 6 million barrels of crude oil within the system, and the first coming is that started full production, and the next few weeks we start pulling out those production. But it's not going to be NGO without petroleum. I think it's starting with diesel application. As far about 7 oil firms have been contracted to distribute and sell this. So Dangote is on stream from what we are getting. So those products will be able to hit the market. But it's not the petroleum as it is for now. For Port Harcourt refinery, be told that everything is in top there. Production line have been revived and it's producing, but I don't know when that is going to hit the market. That will maybe very soon. The that NNPC is now a private company. It is not, yes, we are going by Nigeria to a private entity. It's a private entity. And they have the rights by the acts establishing it to be able to seek for oil for private investors to come on. I have always been part of this relation that government has been putting business in business, because the Nigerian government, not government in other part of the world, because other governments are part of the world have been doing successfully. If you look at Aramco, which is one of the biggest and largest oil companies in the world, out of Saudi Arabia, it's a government-owned and run company, and they run successfully. But our own here, corruption has been endemic in our system, that our government officials and present government find it difficult to be able to run anything successful. So I will be part of, I personally will support a private initiative, and I can make sure that this petroleum refineries are putting back in use. We saw how the government ran it down, that of Warri, Port Harcourt, Kaduna, and whichever one, yes, about 3-4 of them. They ran it down because it was practically under the supervision of government. So if it's going to make it more profitable and make it for a well and good. Not only that, also, just for the first time in how many years, the NNPC was able to declare profit for the first time in several years. And that is because of the privatization of the NNPC constitute node. So I would totally agree that we look at ways and means of making sure that then coming to the issue of pricing or price of fuel, until we stop importing, then we can rest assured that prices will continue to go up. In as much as the price of crude oil goes up in the international market, it will definitely affect the price of the product also in Nigeria, because we are buying from the international market. So our best bet is to be able to localize the production of petroleum products and other crude byproducts like aviation fuel, like diesel, like kerosene, and we will effectively get this thing locally. We continue to see this rise in prices.
Okay, let's just take another headline here, which is disturbing. Incessant kidnappings unsettle Abuja residents. Abuja is the seat of power in Nigeria, and the insecurity is so much so that it has entered Abuja. Which way Nigeria? What do you think?
Which way Nigeria? Yes,
I'm tempted to sing the song right now. Sonny Okosun.
Nigeria. Yes, we use that properly. Yes, we in Nigeria, and that is the reason for this action, because as much as we recommend this government with some aspects of governance in areas of trying to bring down the level of corruption within the system, it seems that we're taking eyes off the ball, which is the area of security. And it's more working that it has come, it is closer home now, because what is happening in Abuja is unbelievable, it's unprecedented, where people are now being kidnapped and being killed on a daily basis. The Abuja Kaduna route is a local area again. On a daily basis, migrants are moving into estates and individual houses in Abuja and kidnapping people. We know the recent from the kidnapping of our 5 sisters in FCT, and they killed one of the sisters just because the parents or relatives couldn't pay the ransom. I heard about 2 more students that were also kidnapped in Abuja have been killed and their body have been found. So it is a wake-up call, it's a very terrible news coming from Abuja. And you are saying that the FCT minister, who is more or less like the governor of FCT as it were, should wake up and do what is due and give his job rather than just leveling and in affairs of River State. River State is no longer his primary responsibility. Where his primary responsibility lies is in FCT, which is Abuja. That is one on the second part. On the third part is the fact that Abuja is the seat of power. All the armed forces have their headquarters in Abuja. The army, the police, the air force, the navy, the civil defense, even the national intelligence agency, NIA. All of them DSS, all of them are in Abuja. And ask yourself, what is happening? If you have the top echelons of these security agencies in Abuja, and this level of kidnapping and killing, then that's something is wrong. I hope that the president will be able to watch what is happening and be able to arrest it, because it speaks volume. Yes, we've been hearing of kidnapping in banditry in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Benue, in Plateau State. For if friend is going into the FCT, which is the federal capital of the country, is a big shame or not. Because if people don't allow this in Abuja, then the whole of the country is affected. We have all the embassies in Abuja. There are so many things in Abuja that shouldn't allow this kind of thing to go ahead. So I hope the security agencies, especially the Inspector General of Police, who is totally in charge of internal security in Nigeria, is putting it. I'm tired of hearing on top of it, and people are saying killed. I hate that it's on top of. What are you on top of? Do your job, and you cannot even do your job. Then you can give opportunity to others to do what they need to. But it's so saddening that Abuja is turning into what it is. It's not only that of kidnapping and killing. One chance, the one chance that will be our exclusivity in Lagos. It's a world is every head in people are shifted from Lagos now to Abuja. On the one basis, people are being thrown out of buses and cars, and some are even being killed over this one chance menace.
Okay, so still talking about insecurity, Atiku has said something. He said, worsening poverty, hunger, fueling insecurity in Nigeria, and this is on the Daily Independent newspaper, is asked authorities to address situation to regain trust of citizens. So a smaller headline here also says inflation at a 27-year high of 28.92%, which may lead to rate hike. But Atiku here is saying the worsening poverty, also the inflation, I guess, the hunger is fueling insecurity in Nigeria. Do you agree with that?
Yes, the nice thing is when we talk about that I think what he said, worsening poverty, hunger, fueling insecurity. Yes, you know that this local saying that an idle hand is able for sure, and people will always find for somebody who that don't have. Not that we don't have criminals. There's no country that is void of criminals. Every country, in the United States,